Chapter 168. Although he himself did not feel that Cao was kind, but listening to Wuluan, it seemed that it was because of Cao's existence that the Yangon continent had always maintained its original state, and the lost continent had not been truly destroyed. He did not understand why, but if everything was like this, then he really misjudged Cao. The title of God of Life was worthy of its name. Wuluan said, "Brother, let's go." When mentioning the past, I can't help being long-winded. Oh, by the way, why did you come to the godly continent? How did you pass through the barrier and enter the godly continent? Wu Luin stood up, and Nian Bing resumed her squatting posture. Under his lead, they walked into an underground cave. While walking, she answered Wu Luin's question. I am indeed from the Yangon continent, and I had no choice but to come to the godly continent. As you can see, I'm now a zombie, but I'm still human. Furthermore, I'm a human mage. The reason why I became like this is because I used a powerful spell above my level, which caused my life force to be excessively depleted. With the help of my friends, I was barely able to maintain my consciousness using the zombie spell. But now I'm like a walking corpse. I can't be called a human anymore. I don't want to lie to you, so I can't tell you the process of coming to the godly continent. I came here to cure my illness. The one who can help me recover my life force and be reborn as a human is the god of life Cao that you just mentioned. Hearing Nian Bing's words, Wu Luin suddenly stopped and said excitedly, Then according to what you said, you should have already seen God Cao? What is he like? Nian Bing smiled and said, I can't say what he is like, but his ability is the strongest I have ever seen. She said to me, If you want to recover your life force, you must find a few fruits, so I passed by your territory. Oh, by the way, you haven't told me how Cao saved you at that time. Wu Luan said, The situation was very chaotic at that time. When our people were about to fight with their lives, God Cao appeared and ordered no one to attack us. At the same time, he also ordered my ancestors not to take a step away from this mountain. The matter was resolved just like that. It was very simple. Nian Bing took a deep breath and said, To be able to make all the chief gods listen to him with just a single sentence, that's indeed simple. He deeply understood that strength was the true right to speak. Otherwise, why would those over-gods listen to Cao? Wu Luin said, Brother Nian Bing, where are you going to get my fruit? Since it was Guru Cao who asked you to find a place, maybe I can help you. Nian Bing was delighted and said, That's great. I'm not familiar with the continent of gods. With your help, I think everything will be much simpler. Cao told me to follow her directions and cross 3 mountains. Then I'll find a waterfall behind the last mountain. Behind the waterfall is what I'm looking for. Wu Luin's eyes were filled with shock. It can't be. The waterfall behind the 3 mountains, isn't that the death god waterfall? Nian Bing was stunned. Death waterfall? Do you mean to say that there is a guy who calls himself the Grim Reaper living in the waterfall? When he thought of this possibility, he was shocked. Nian Bing couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Cao really thought highly of him. He wanted him to face an expert of the chief god level. Not to mention now, even if he was at his peak, he definitely wouldn't succeed. Wu Luan shook his head and said, No one lives there. The reason why it's called the Death God Waterfall is that even gods will die there. Nian Bing looked at him. He said in surprise, It can't be. That's actually the explanation. What's so special about that place? Wu Luan said, I have been to that place once. It is indeed very special. The color of the waterfall is black, not to mention entering behind the cloth. As long as one comes within 1,000 feet of the small lake below the waterfall, one's body will be eroded by a strong aura of death. It's said that there was once an extremely powerful god who touched a drop of water in the waterfall. His body was immediately enveloped by the aura of death in the waterfall. It didn't take long for him to become the same black liquid as the lake water. Don't you think it's amazing? Aura of death? Nian Bing frowned slightly. Of course, he wasn't frightened by Wu Luan's description. Instead, he had some other thoughts in his mind. If what Wu Luan said was true, then he could really challenge the death god waterfall. He was a zombie after all. The aura of death was extremely harmful to others, but to him, it might be a tonic. At this moment, they had already reached the end of the tunnel. The path ahead suddenly opened up. Nian Bing finally didn't have to squat to walk. Although the stone room in the mountain was still not enough for him to straighten his back, he could still stand with difficulty as long as he lowered his head. "Mom, I'm back." Wu Luan couldn't wait to shout as soon as he entered the stone room. Nian Bing followed Wu Luan into the stone room. The layout of the stone room was very simple. There were 2 small stone beds, a stone table, and some simple tools on the ground. On one of the stone beds sat an old woman. She looked even shorter than Wu Yu. When she saw Wu Luan enter the room, her eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. She didn't have a beard, but her face was full of wrinkles. The vicissitudes of time had left deep traces on her body. Her hair had already turned silver white. However, she had a pair of clear eyes. When she saw her son, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of a gentle smile. However, when her gaze fell on Nian Bing, it froze. "Wu Luan, why did you bring back a godly person?" She appeared to be a little surprised, but she didn't show any signs of fear. She nimbly jumped off the bed and reached under the bed. Immediately, she pulled out a short axe. The short axe looked very special. She didn't know what metal it was made of. The body of the axe was black, and the handle was engraved with fine and complicated patterns. Nian Bing could clearly feel the strong energy waves on the short axe. There was no cold light at the edge of the blade, and it was still as dark as ever. However, Nian Bing felt a strong pressure from the axe. It was really a good weapon. Even if it wasn't a divine weapon, it wouldn't be too far off. Wu Luan was shocked by his mother's expression. He hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed his mother's hand. "Mom, don't misunderstand. Brother Nian Bing is not a godly person. He just came from the Yangon continent. He came to the continent of gods to treat his illness." As he spoke, he explained how he met Nian Bing. After listening to his explanation, Nian Bing found out that it wasn't a coincidence that she met Wu Luan. When she killed the green lizard, she attracted the attention of Wu Luan, who was in charge of patrolling the sacred mountain. Coincidentally, there was a magic storm, and Wu Luan came out of the cave to meet her. After listening to Wu Luan's words, his mother finally calmed down. However, when she saw the flatbread that Wu Luan took out from his arms, she suddenly became excited again. However, this time she was excited. "Flatbread, it's really flatbread, it's really flatbread. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this legendary flatbread in my lifetime." Ru's excitement was even stronger than Wu Luan's. His short body was constantly trembling, and there were only a few flatbread in his eyes. Nian Bing secretly sighed in her heart. Flatbread. In the Yangon continent, flatbread was nothing at all. But in the continent of gods, it became such a precious thing. The continent of gods was indeed a hellish place. "Hello, Auntie. Consider this flatbread as a gift from me to you. I'm very happy to be able to meet you." Wu Luan's mother raised her head and said, "Call me Auntie Lotta. Thank you for letting us feel the feeling of home. The reason why we dwarves here can continue to live is because we firmly believe that one day our country will return. Our survival from generation to generation is based on the support of this belief. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our people would have disappeared long ago. I have a premonition. These flatbread indicate that our light is about to come, and our motherland may be returning." Looking at Lotta's appearance, Nian Bing's heart was a little confused. At that time, she had used her life to protect the Miorda's sealing bottle. However, now that she saw Lotta, she didn't know if what she did was right. The return of the Lost Empire was naturally a bad thing for the continent of gods. For the Yangon continent, it was hard to say whether it was good or bad. But for the dwarves like Lotta, as well as the people who were originally from the Lost Man continent. It was absolutely a good thing. Wu Luan said, "Mom, quickly taste what this flatbread tastes like. Eating green lizard every day. I can't stand it anymore." Lotta's face sank and said, "Bastard, how did I educate you? Have you forgotten? I told you, when you have good things, you have to think about others first. If our people only think about themselves, I'm afraid that we would have been destroyed in this mountain long ago. Only by helping each other will we be able to hold on until the day our Mu clan returns." Wu Luan's face changed and hurriedly said, "Yes, Mom, I know I was wrong." Looking at the mother and son, Nian Bing was moved and hurriedly said, "Auntie, you don't have to be like this. I still have some food from the Yangon continent in my space ring. Since you need it, I'll give it to you." Wu Luan's eyes showed a hint of joy, but it quickly disappeared. "How can you give it all to us? You have to eat yourself. You know, in the continent of gods, the most precious thing is food." "Wow, I'm sorry. I forgot that you don't need food anymore." Speaking of this, he couldn't help showing a trace of shame on his face. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "In fact, even I forget sometimes it's not your fault. It's a pity that I can't use magic now, and this is a closed space. Otherwise, I can make some delicious food from the Yangon continent for you to taste." Wu Luan's eyes lit up and said, "Who said you can't make a fire? Although this place is closed, we dwarves are best at construction. Don't talk about making a fire. We can do everything that can be done outside here. Brother Nianbing, are you tired? If you're not, I want to see what you've made." Nianbing smiled and said, "I'm not tired. Let's do it now. I think what I can make will satisfy you. I don't know if the records left by your ancestors mention the profession of chef." Wu Luan looked blankly at Nianbing. Obviously, he had never heard of this word. Lotta said with some hesitation, "I seem to have heard my mother say that chef is a very sacred profession and is responsible for making food." Nianbing smiled and said, "Yes, the process of a chef making food is called cooking, and I am a real chef. Auntie, I'll make some simple food for you to taste now. I don't know how many dwarves you have. It's better to invite them together. It's also lively." Lotta smiled and said, "Young man, you have a kind heart. I thank you on behalf of the dwarven companions. Wu Luan, you go and call everyone here." Wu Luan's face was full of excitement. He hurriedly agreed and ran out. As he watched his son leave, Lotta's eyes revealed the benevolence from before. "Nianbing, come and sit down. You're tall. It must be very uncomfortable for you to stand here." Nianbing sighed and said, "I wish I could feel uncomfortable now. Unfortunately, after becoming a zombie, I can't feel anything. Auntie, I'm poisoned. I don't know if you have gloves here. I'll need them when I make food for you." Lotta shook her head and said, "No need. On this continent of gods, it can be said that there's no one who isn't poisonous. After continuous evolution, we're no longer the dwarves of the past. Not to mention us, even the gods or creatures on this continent are not afraid of poison. Corpse poison is nothing." Nianbing nodded and said, "So it's like that. Then I'm relieved." Lotta said, "Nianbing, are you preparing to go to Death God Waterfall after leaving here? Wu Luan should have already told you that it's a very dangerous place." Nianbing nodded and said, "Even if it's dangerous, I have to give it a try. This is my only chance. Moreover, I'm a zombie. The aura of death might not be useful to me." Lotta said, "Perhaps. Nianbing, I want to ask you to help me with something. Is it possible?" Nianbing was surprised and said, "Help? Auntie, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you." He could feel the deep affection between Lotta and Wu Luan. He was willing to help Lotta without any ulterior motive. Lotta smiled and said, "You are indeed a kind human. Although I don't know why you came here. I think that since you can come here, you might not have the ability to go back. If you can recover your vitality and want to go back to Yangon continent, I want to ask you to take Halogen with you. Is that possible?" Nianbing looked at Lotta in shock. Although he guessed that Lotta's request would not be easy to accomplish, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. He couldn't help but show a trace of hesitation in his eyes. "Auntie, you only have Halogen as a child. If he leaves, then you—" Lotta shook her head and said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. We dwarves have a very long life. Although we can't compare to those demigod humans, we can still live for about 1,200 years. I am already 1,300 years old this year. I have long surpassed those who deserve to die. Halogen is only 300 years old this year, just like you humans who are in your 20s. So, I don't want him to stay in this hopeless place." Nian Bing frowned slightly and said, "Auntie, didn't you say that the dwarves who stayed here lived for faith?" Lotta laughed at herself and said, "For faith? Yes, for faith. Without faith, I am afraid that we would have died long ago. The reason why I wanted to tell Jean Lewin about the past glory of the dwarves was so that he could become an indomitable dwarven hero. However, would a dwarf who was always holed up in a cave become a hero? Your arrival is an opportunity for us. I don't want my child to stay here and live a lonely life like me for thousands of years. I hope that he can go out and see the outside world. Maybe you think that my request is very abrupt, but do you know? Right now, there are only 7 dwarves left, including me and Karen, and among the 7 of us, there are only 7 dwarves left. Only Halogen is still in his prime, and I am the only female. In other words, it is impossible for us to reproduce. If we continue like this, the final result will only be extinction. And Halogen, only by leaving here can he have a chance." Nian Bing finally understood Lotta's meaning. She nodded gently and said, "Auntie, I know what to do. If I can survive and have a chance to leave here alive, then I will definitely take Halogen with me. As long as I am alive, I will not necessarily protect him." Lotta smiled and said, "There is no need to protect him. As the descendant of the dwarf hero, Halogen has the ability to protect himself." "Thank you, Nian Bing, although it is only a promise. But I believe that you can do it. If you have any requests, you can put forward them. As long as we can do it, we will certainly satisfy you. Oh, maybe you don't know, we dwarves are the best blacksmiths by nature. Living in this mountain for tens of thousands of years, when we are bored, we can only study blacksmithing. I think, even if our motherland returns to this world, I am afraid that no one can be better at blacksmithing than us remaining old guys, and can make better things." In the face of temptation, Nian Bing just shook her head with a smile and said, "Auntie, I don't have any requests to help you. I don't need any requests. If you have any good equipment or things you want, just leave them to Halogen. I think, for him, these things will be more useful." Lotta stared blankly for a moment and said, "Nian Bing, maybe you don't understand how precious the things we dwarves make in large quantities are. With our current skills, the things that we make with all our heart can definitely be regarded as divine tools. Don't you want to get them? This is what you deserve." Nian Bing shook her head and said, "I treat Halogen as a friend and you as an elder. Since we are friends, it is right to help each other. If I receive something from you, then it will become an employment relationship. The friendship between us will no longer be pure. I don't need anything. I think any foreign object will not have much effect on cultivation, and will have the opposite effect. Only by constantly strengthening one's own cultivation can one become stronger, isn't that so? Well, to be able to understand this truth, you already have the possibility of becoming stronger. You are indeed a good human boy. No wonder Halogen admires you so much. However, if you can control your own mind and have the help of good weapons in the case of continuous cultivation, it will be more beneficial to the improvement of your strength. Quick, big sister Lotta, let me see what the legendary flatbread looks like." While talking, a group of 6 people came in from outside. From the appearance, Nian Bing could only easily see the age difference of these 6 people. As Lotta said, these 6 people were all men. Except for Halogen, 3 of the other 5 people had hair like Lotta, which was completely white. The 2 people below also had white messy hair. In common, these male dwarves all had messy faces and curly beards. The clothes they wore were all made of animal scales, and the style was very exquisite. Lotta faintly smiled and handed over the pancake in his hand, which was taken by an old dwarf walking at the front. Seeing the legendary pancake, the 5 old dwarves became as excited as Lotta. They looked and smelled the pancake while discussing it. Halogen smiled and whispered to Nienbing, "Brother, these are the elders of my tribe. The magician who just spoke is second only to my mother, Uncle Rorong. Speaking of which, after so many generations of inheritance, the people here are all relatives. Now, there are only 7 of us dwarves left. Just now, you were talking with my mother, and you seemed to be chatting very enthusiastically." Nien Bing glanced at Lotta and smiled. "It's nothing. Aunt Lotta was telling me how excellent your dwarf skills in smelting are." After listening to Halogen's words, he gradually understood that marriage between close relatives was not a good thing. Although they had this mountain as a base, these dwarves had been marrying each other to reproduce. There would always be problems, so the number of dwarves was getting smaller and smaller. As soon as he heard this, he immediately straightened his chest and said, "Of course, we dwarves are the strongest magicians in smelting, casting, and making. You gave us this legendary flatbread. How about I also give you a piece of clothing? On this continent of gods, there are indeed a lot of powerful magical beasts. Their own defensive power is strong, mainly because of the scales on their bodies. If these scales are obtained by us after special transformation and refining, they can become excellent defensive equipment. I have a lot of materials. I'll make one for you later." Nien Bing smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Since you're all here, I'll cook for you first." As soon as they heard that Nien Bing was going to cook for them, the dwarves suddenly became excited. Several old dwarves came to Nien Bing with flatbread, waiting to see how he would make delicious tokens. Nien Bing said to Halogen, "You just said that you can make a fire. Then the task of making a fire will be handed over to you." As he said that, he took out a big pot from his space ring and then took out several kitchen utensils. Next, he took out a bunch of bottles and jars of various seasonings and placed them on the stone table beside him. Looking at Nien Bing taking out so many novel things, these dwarves who were born on the continent of gods suddenly became curious, but they were too embarrassed to look closer. However, the light of hope in their eyes lit Nien Bing's heart for a long time. Without magic, of course, he couldn't make the best dishes. At the same time, he didn't want to make the best things. These dwarves had been used to eating magical beast meat. If he let them eat the most delicious food at once, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to stand it. Thinking of this, Nien Bing took out 2 cabbages and put them on the chopping board of the stone table. As soon as they saw the cabbages appear, the dwarves exclaimed again and shouted one after another. Was this the legendary green cabbage? Nien Bing smiled and took a few flatbread. Then he began his cooking process. What he did was very simple. He cut the cabbages neatly into strips and let Halogen make a fire. With cabbages and flatbread as the main ingredients, he gave the dwarves a stir-fry flatbread. Halogen's way of making a fire was very strange. He took out a yellow crystal and put it on the ground. With a twist of his fingers, a flame suddenly jumped up. The temperature of the fire was very high. If it was an ordinary chef, he might not be able to adapt to such a high-temperature flame. But for Nien Bing, this was nothing. Soon he had begun his cooking process. The light chant of the wind of freedom appeared in Nien Bing's hand with a blue light, which suddenly illuminated the stone room. Lotta's eyes lit up, but she didn't look at the knife. Her eyes fell on the wind chant stone, and her eyes flickered. She looked at Nien Bing and then at the gem, as if she was planning something. Several other dwarves also saw Ao Tiandao. They were also very surprised, but there was a bit of contempt and pity in their eyes. Oil was one of the most important cooking items that Nien Bing always carried with him. All the dwarves fell silent when the oil in the pot released a fragrant aroma. They sniffed with all their might, as if they were afraid that the smell would suddenly disappear. Nian Bing's movements were very fast. 3 large plates of stir-fry flatbread had appeared on the stone table in a short time. He made a gesture of invitation. "Come on, dwarf seniors, please taste my cooking." Although it was just stir-fry flatbread, and although Nian Bing had lost his human senses and couldn't even smell it, as a top chef, how could the food he made be ordinary? Looking at the golden slices of biscuits and the emerald green cabbage, the dwarves swallowed their saliva, but none of them rushed to start first. Lotta was the first to start. She smiled and said, "Come on, don't let Nian Bing's good intentions fall through." With that, she was the first to reach out, and regardless of the temperature of the stir-fry flatbread, she grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her mouth. As soon as she moved, the other dwarves immediately moved. Nian Bing only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the first enemy began to chew in his mouth. The process of the dwarves chewing was very long, and they were completely immersed in the enjoyment of the delicious food. Gradually, their faces were covered with tears. When they swallowed the stir-fry flatbread into their stomachs, they all knelt down one by one, prostrating themselves on the ground and whispering something. After a long time, Lotta led the dwarves to stand up again. She wiped the tears on her face and looked deeply at Nian Bing, saying, "Thank you, Nian Bing. We will never forget your help to us dwarves." Nian Bing hurriedly said, "Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. It's just a simple meal." Lotta's face sank and said, "Maybe it's nothing to you, but for us dwarves, the significance of these stir-fry flatbread is completely different. You know, although we are dwarves, we were born here and grew up here. Our knowledge of the outside world is only limited to the radius of a few hundred miles around this holy mountain. We all know from legends that we once had a homeland, but none of us have seen what our homeland looks like. We have all doubted it, we have all been anxious, but it is our unyielding belief that has supported us to live until now. This food is no longer a simple food. It tells us that everything really exists. The Yangon continent exists, and so does our lost continent. It gives us more confidence to live, more confidence to wait for the return of our homeland." Nian Bing kept nodding and said, "Auntie, I understand what you mean. I'm sorry, it was my fault just now." Lotta shook her head and said, "No, it's nothing. Come on, my people. Let us have a good meal similar to our homeland. Let us remember this taste forever." Chapter 169. The 4 plates of fried pancakes quickly disappeared under the quick movements of the 7 dwarves. They did not even leave a trace, and even the oil stains on the plates were licked clean. Seeing this, Nian Bing did not feel any sense of ridicule in her heart. On the contrary, she respected these dwarves even more. Yes, as they themselves said, what supported them was their unyielding faith. The other dwarves left one after another, leaving only Lotta and her son in the stone room, as well as the old dwarf named Ruarong. Ruarong said, "The weather outside is very bad, and I'm afraid the magic storm will only end in a few days. This time the thunder element outbreak is very serious and even has a certain degree of damage to the outside of our holy mountain. Nian Bing, it seems that you will have to stay with us for a while. You can only leave here after the magic storm is over. However, do you really want to go to the Death God waterfall?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "Even if the hope is slim, how do you know it won't work if you don't try? I must go to the Death God waterfall in order to survive." Lotta smiled and said, "Well said. Nian Bing, I believe you will succeed. By the way, when you were cutting the pancakes, I saw your knife. Can you take it out and let me see it again?" Nian Bing's heart moved, and she hurriedly summoned the wind of freedom from her space ring. Proud Heaven Blade. The cyan light shone in the stone room. There was no greed in the eyes of the 3 dwarves in the room. Almost at the same time, they all frowned, especially Halogen. He looked at Proud Heaven Blade, then looked at Nian Bing and sighed, "What a waste!" Nian Bing. How did you refine this knife? What a waste, what a waste. Nian Bing froze for a moment, then said, Waste? This knife was given to me by someone else. I didn't refine it myself. Why? Is the material of the horse not good? But I heard that this knife is made of the best lapis lazuli, and the gem on the knife is also the best wind chanting stone of the wind attribute. Lada shook her head. He said, You didn't understand what he meant. He didn't say that your saber wasn't good, but that the refinement wasn't good. The materials of this saber are undoubtedly the best, but the refinement method is very problematic. It doesn't fully display the spirituality of the saber. He couldn't even use the wind chant stone to its full potential. Therefore, it is just a saber in your hand. According to my estimation, it's already not bad if it can only use half of its magic power. Nian Bing frowned. So you're saying that if this saber is reforged, it should become even better? However, it was already a divine tool. Was it still possible for it to break through? Chongrong smiled and said, Nian Bing, it seems like you really don't know anything about refining. This isn't just a matter of refining. Moreover, divine artifacts were not the best tools. In terms of refining, it was just like cultivation. There was no end to it. If he could fully utilize these materials, it could at least become a supra-divine artifact. Unfortunately, it was already very difficult now. Supra-divine artifact. These 3 words immediately made Nian Bing's heart move. For a long time, most of his strength came from his magic saber. If the power of the magic saber could be increased, then his overall strength would definitely increase by a lot. Even those shadow puppets of his could reach a new level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, Senior Chongrong, is there no other way? Can't I change my profession? Halogen rushed to say, Nian Bing, this saber has already fused with blood and qi. The various materials of the saber have already completely fused together. It's almost impossible to change your profession. It's a pity that such good materials don't even have a saber soul. It's really a pity. That's why I said that you were wasting God's gift. Saber soul? What's that? Nian Bing asked curiously. Halogen said the so-called saber soul refers to a tool above divine tool. If it's refined properly, it will have its own soul. Only tools with souls can be called true divine tools or even super-divine artifacts. Hearing his words, Nian Bing couldn't help but think of the first time he met Jia Ji's friend, who was called Xiao Padao. He said that the soul of the saber should be referring to something. However, his magic sabers clearly had spirituality. Why did Halogen say that his saber didn't have a saber soul? Chongrong said, Nian Bing, the forging method of us dwarves is very different from that of you humans. If I say that our forging method is the best, maybe you won't be convinced. However, there's one thing I can tell you. Only us dwarves have ever refined a super-divine artifact. At that time, it was because we dwarves sacrificed 167 master craftsmen to forge 12 super-divine artifacts that the Lost Empire could rely on to fight against the godly mainland. To refine a real super-divine artifact, you need to use your own soul to refine it. If this saber of yours only fell into my hands as a material, maybe I really can't help but gamble with my own life. Nian Bing saw the burning excitement in Chongrong's eyes. He was a little puzzled, but soon felt relieved. Yes, as a blacksmith, what could be more exciting than crafting the best weapon? In order to persist in the pursuit, life was no longer the most important thing. Thinking of this point, his respect for the dwarves in front of him increased a little. Halogen said, It's a pity that these sabers don't have a real soul. Just having spirituality is not enough. If you can cultivate a saber soul from the spirituality, it's possible to transform it. As for whether it will succeed, it's hard to say. Nian Bing said, I still have a few sabers here. They're both my kitchen knives and my magic staff. This time I met you guys, it can be considered an opportunity. Can you help me see the degree of refining these sabers? If it can be slightly changed without harming you, it's naturally the best. After coming to the continent of gods, Nian Bing felt more and more that his strength was not enough. Although his own cultivation was important, as Chang Rong said, if he could have a good weapon, coupled with his own cultivation, he would be able to go to a better place. Rays of light appeared on the stone table. The sigh of the ice goddess, the roar of the god of fire, the whisper of the wind of freedom, the melody of the earth's awakening, the 6 rays of light, the dawn that penetrated the heaven and earth, and the curse of eternal hell appeared one after another. For a time, the whole stone room was full of treasure light, and the 3 dwarves were all stunned. Prodigal, really prodigal. How many good things are these? How did it become like this? This time, even the calm Lotta couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the 7 sabers in front of her, her eyes were full of emotion and dissatisfaction. Nian Bing said with some embarrassment, "I really don't know much about refining. Is it not good to refine these sabers?" Chang Rong said, "It's not that they are all bad. Among these sabers, only this one can be regarded as a real saber in our eyes." As he said that, he pointed to the curse of hell. Nian Bing was stunned. He said, "Why? But I don't feel that it is different from the other sabers." Chang Rong smiled lightly and said, "The difference is big. This saber is refined with the heart and soul. Even if we dwarf masters were to refine it, it wouldn't be much better. The most precious thing is that when this saber was being refined, its master's blood essence was completely refined. It was completely refined from the blood of its master, the earth core. That was why the materials had such a high degree of fusion. I believe that this saber must have its own saber soul, and it must be very powerful. Compared to the other sabers you have, it's much stronger." Nian Bing looked at the demon devouring saber, and his eyes couldn't help but show a trace of hesitation, because at this moment he thought of the shadow puppet that would be out of his control. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "If there is a saber soul, how should I use it? Will it not accept my control?" Chang Rong said, "Of course not. If the saber soul doesn't recognize you, you can't use this saber at all. Didn't you see that we didn't touch your saber? The other sabers are better. I'm afraid that the saber soul of this black saber has always been awakened. If an outsider touches it, it is very likely that there will be a backlash effect. Don't worry about this saber, but your other 6 sabers are really rotten. Only this saber that exudes the aura of light is slightly better, and the energy is relatively pure. AI, so many good materials, even on the continent of gods. It is difficult to find. I didn't expect that they would be wasted like this. If these things were refined by us, I can be sure that they can all become super divine weapons and be passed down for hundreds of generations." Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing smiled slightly. He said, "Maybe I'm too greedy. It doesn't matter. I'm already lucky to have them. Why should I ask for more? Thank you for your guidance. If I come across any good materials in the future, I will definitely send them to you and ask you to refine them." Lotta suddenly raised her head and looked at Nian Bing. When Nian Bing's gaze met hers, she suddenly felt that Lotta's gaze was a little strange. Nodding slightly, Lotta said, "Nian Bing, when you go to the Death God waterfall, can you leave these 6 sabers behind? I will try and see if I can help you make them stronger." Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment, then said, "But didn't Senior Chang Rong say—" Lotta raised her hand to stop Nian Bing from continuing. "I have a way. You don't have to worry about it. Maybe I can help you change the nature of these 7 sabers. The Death God waterfall is filled with the aura of death. Over there, I'm afraid that only this black saber will be of help to you. The other sabers will easily have the opposite effect. After all, the aura of death there is too strong. Do you trust me?" Nian Bing furrowed his brows and said, "Auntie, I trust you, but to be honest, these 7 swords are half of my strength. If I leave them here, I'm afraid that if we meet with other dangers before we reach Death God Waterfall—" "I'm afraid," Lotta shook her head and said, "No, you don't have to be afraid of anything. I will let Halogen go with you. He is very familiar with the surrounding terrain. With him, you won't encounter too many dangers, and will be able to reach the Death God waterfall. Of course, after reaching there, everything else will depend on your own efforts. At that time, Halogen will not be able to enter. Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then I will leave these 6 sabers behind." The reason why he wasn't willing to use the saber was mainly because of his shadow puppets. Without the saber, the shadow puppets wouldn't be able to be used. Right now, his biggest reliance, other than his mental power, would be the shadow puppets that he still had. But since he had already decided, he would not regret it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Since I want to leave the sabers behind, then I will also leave the ability attached to the sabers behind. Perhaps you have already guessed that I am an all-round mage in the human world. I once used my magic to fuse with these 7 sabers to create 7 shadow puppets, so that they can use these 7 sabers to exert a powerful attack under the control of my spiritual power." As he said that, Nian Bing's Tianyan point flashed. Except for the shadow puppet, the other 6 shadow puppets appeared almost at the same time, which suddenly gave the 3 dwarves a fright. "Saber soul!" The 3 dwarves exclaimed almost at the same time. Nian Bing was stunned and said, "This is just my magic, not some saber soul." Lotta smiled. "It seems that I still underestimated you. Nian Bing, I can tell you accurately that these so-called shadow puppets are actually saber souls. They have sabers as their bodies, innate chi as their bodies, and they have the ability of their own system. If they are not saber souls, then what are they? It's just that these are the lowest level of saber souls, and they don't have their own consciousness. Well, with these saber souls, it will be much easier to change the path." On the side, Sharon suddenly said, "Big sister, have you really decided?" Lotta smiled slightly and said, "It's not easy to come across good materials. How can I not try? In my life, most of my efforts have been devoted to studying the art of smelting. It's not easy to get this opportunity. I will never give it up." Sharon also smiled. "Well, then we will accompany Big Sister to try." Indeed, it would be a pity if these good materials were wasted. Nian Bing, don't worry, we are already much better than the people of 10,000 years ago. In terms of smelting and forging, I am afraid that there is no one in the world who is better than us. You can rest assured and leave the saber here. When you and Halogen come back, you will definitely see a brand new treasure saber." Nian Bing nodded and said, "I believe in you. Then I will have to trouble Auntie and Senior Sharon." As he said that, under the control of the power of concentration, he ordered his shadow puppets to fuse into the gem on the saber one after another. As soon as the shadow puppets fused with the saber, the light on the saber suddenly became different. The light was not strong, but it was a little dimmer. But that dim light was constantly fluctuating, and its spirituality increased several times. Putting away the demon-devouring saber, Nian Bing thought to herself that she could only rely on this saber to go to the Death God waterfall. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Nian Bing took out all the food she had on her and made the best food for the 7 dwarves to taste. The dwarves were also not polite. They tasted the delicious food and praised Nian Bing greatly. From their words, Nian Bing learned that the green lizard was the most sensitive magical beast on the continent of gods. It was also the weakest of all magical beasts. It could only attack with its body. If it were not for the fact that it could feed on soil containing minerals, it would have gone extinct long ago. It was precisely because of the weakness of the green lizard that it became the main food of most of the gods on the continent of gods, and the dwarves were no exception. However, it was even easier for the dwarves to kill the green lizards than it was for Nian Bing. They could tear the green lizards apart with just their physical bodies. The continent of gods was indeed a place where all races could quickly stock up on supplies. Although life here was painful, as long as one could persist in the pain, the harvest was equally great. Nian Bing felt a little strange. Although Lotta often asked the dwarves to discuss something together these days, they never helped her refine the 6 sabers. She did not have any doubts about Lotta and the others, but she felt a little strange in her heart. In particular, when Lotta and the others were studying the refining method of the magic saber, they did not ask her and Halogen to listen, which seemed very mysterious. In these 3 days, the happiest person was probably Halogen. Eating the food made by Nienbing every day, he was very happy. These legendary foods were an eye-opener for him. When Nienbing was not cultivating, she would tell him some of the things that happened to her in the Yangon continent, which made Halogen yearn for the outside world. Just as Halogen said, the dwarves' home in the mountains was built very wonderfully. Not only did it have ventilation, but it could even observe everything outside through some special positions. At the same time, it was completely isolated from the outside world. Those observation holes were made of special crystals, which were enough to isolate the magic breath outside. Through the observation holes, they could understand all the changes outside. Early morning of the 4th day, the magic storm finally stopped. According to Lotta, the day after the magic storm ended was the most harmonious time in the continent of gods. On this day, the magic elements in the air would become very restless. It was the most suitable time to go out. Lotta called Nienbing and Halogen to the stone room. After a few simple words, she let them leave the dwarves' cave in the mountains. Brian accompanied Nienbing to the Death God waterfall. Halogen's outfit today was very different from usual. He wore a set of full body armor, which was completely black. The armor looked very thick, but Nienbing had tried the weight of the armor before. It was so light that he could not believe it. Although the armor covered every part of Halogen's body, it did not affect his joints at all. According to Halogen, this armor was originally the armor of the dwarves' hero. After years of continuous improvement by the dwarves' master forger, it had reached the level of a super artifact. Its defense was extremely strong. Breathing the much calmer air and looking at the still cloudy sky, Nienbing could not help but show a smile. "Halogen, where should we go?" he asked the dwarf warrior beside him. Halogen said, "This is simple. We don't need to climb the mountain. We just need to go around it. You don't know, but the 2 mountains we have to pass through are extremely terrible. In the red mountain in front of us, there's a very powerful magic beast called Jibi." "Jibi?" Nienbing asked curiously. "Isn't Jibi the name of the human archer?" Halogen said with a dignified face, "That's where their name comes from. The Jibi on the Red Mountain is a monster similar to a lion, but they have a red horn on their forehead. This horn can shoot out a fire element death ray. That kind of purple light is very terrible. Your body absolutely can't resist it. The most unbearable thing is that these annoying Jibi's light rays have the ability to track. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape their attack. To compete with them, the requirement for defense is very high. Jibi is one of the 4 most annoying creatures on the continent of gods. Jibi alone is not very strong. Even if I don't wear armor, I can easily destroy it. However, their numbers are second only to the green lizards. When they go out, there are dozens of them. Moreover, they are vengeful. Once you offend them, they will not rest until you are dead. Therefore, it is best for us to hide to avoid danger." Nienbing nodded and said, "You are the master. Of course, I will listen to you. Then let's go. While the magic elements in the air are slightly agitated, we should try to reach the Death God waterfall as soon as possible." Lewin nodded. He tapped his feet on the ground and ran down the mountain. Nienbing leaped up and hurriedly caught up with him. Halogen's way of moving forward was different from Nienbing's. His jumping power was not strong, but his running speed was very fast. He accelerated at full speed. A series of faint afterimages could be seen in the air. Although the terrain in front of him was very complicated, it was as easy as walking on flat ground for him. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled a long distance away from Nienbing. Although Nienbing chased after him together, the distance between them was getting longer and longer. Halogen had no choice but to stop and wait for him. After a while, The two had left the sacred mountain of the dwarves and came to the Red Mountain. Halogen simply identified the direction and went around the left side of the Red Mountain. As he ran, he explained to Nianbing that the possibility of encountering Jia in this direction was the least, and it was the best way to go. The fire elements around the Red Mountain were obviously much stronger than other places. Nianbing could even feel a scorching breath constantly hitting her face. With Halogen leading the way, he did not need to spread out his psychic power to explore the surrounding situation. He just left his psychic power on the surface of his skin to protect his body. He followed Halogen quickly from the side of the Red Mountain. Soon, they had bypassed half of the Red Mountain. On the way, they did not encounter anything. Halogen said to Nianbing that because the Red Mountain was the territory of Jia, even the more powerful magical beasts would not come here to provoke them. After all, there were too few magical beasts that could deal with Jia's revenge. Even if those more powerful magical beasts had the ability to completely destroy Jia, the damage to themselves would be very great. In such a harsh environment as the continent of gods, the higher the level of magical beasts, the higher their intelligence. Naturally, they would not do anything that would harm others without benefiting themselves. Just when Nianbing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a change finally happened. A low roar came from the right side, and a red figure floated in front of them, blocking the way of Nianbing and Zhonghan. Nianbing looked over and saw that it was a fiery red lion in front of them. Seeing this, Nianbing not only did not feel afraid, but also felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. A fiery red lion, wasn't it in line with her grandfather's nickname? The Flaming Lion King. Unexpectedly, there really was a fiery red lion. The lion in front of them looked extremely mighty. It was twice as big as an ordinary lion. The fiery red hair was like a burning flame, especially the hair on the head. It looked like a huge ball of fire. It was constantly expanding. The sharp horn on its forehead was about a foot long. It shone with a reddish-gold light, adding a bit of a divine aura. Halogen stopped, looked at Zhou in front of him, and let out a low roar. Zhou did not seem to be afraid of Halogen. It raised its head and roared angrily, its left front paw digging into the ground. The anger in its dark red eyes was obvious, as if it was angry that Nianbing and Lin Luan had intruded into its territory. Nianbing looked at Halogen and said, "What do we do now? Do we attack?" Halogen hesitated for a moment. He was still very concerned about Zhi's revenge. He hesitated and shook his head, saying, "Nianbing, I will block it, you go around it, and then I will chase after you. Zhi's speed is fast, but it's not as fast as mine. As long as it doesn't attract too many Zhi, it won't be a threat." Nianbing nodded and said, "Okay, then it's up to you." At this time, hesitation was fatal. He believed in Halogen's strength. At that moment, he and Halogen looked at each other and immediately rushed forward. At the same time, Halogen had already arrived in front of Zhi. With his full strength, Nianbing realized that Halogen's speed could reach such a terrifying level. It was almost comparable to a short-distance teleportation. In a flash, he was already in front of Zhi. He did not take down the battle axe at his waist and directly punched towards Zhi's head. Zhi let out a low roar and suddenly raised its two front paws, directly slapping towards Halogen's body. Halogen did not dodge Zhi's attack, but he did not dodge and met Zhi's attack head-on. With a bang, Zhi's huge body was actually thrown out by Halogen's physical strength and hit the stone wall at the side, letting out a loud bang. All of this happened very quickly. When Halogen shook off Zhi's attack, Nianbing just happened to rush past him, heading towards the other side of Red Mountain at full speed. Halogen did not move, and his eyes were fixed on Zhi. Zhi seemed to be angered by Halogen and let out an even louder roar. Lowering its forehead, a purple ray of light shot towards Halogen. Although Nianbing had already flown past, he could clearly feel that the purple ray of light was actually heavenly fire. Real heavenly fire! This was heavenly fire that could only be released by a forbidden fire spell of the 11th step. He still hesitated, because he was worried that Halogen would not be able to deal with other attacks. His forward speed suddenly slowed down, and he turned around to look at Halogen. Facing the attack of heavenly fire, Halogen appeared very calm and still stood there. When the heavenly fire was about to reach him, he once again punched out, and the black Do-Chi accompanied his tyrannical punch, letting out a thunderous explosion in the air. With a bang, not only did the heavenly fire disperse, the aftermath of the Do-Chi shook the Jia to the point that it cried out in grief, rolling on the ground, and actually fainted. Halogen's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his head to look up. What he saw was a red cloud of dust. Of course, it was not dust, but at least hundreds of Zhou were rushing in his direction. Letting out an angry roar, Halogen did not stay any longer, and his figure flashed to Nianbing's side, and he carried Nianbing on his broad shoulders. Exerting strength in his legs, he increased his speed to the limit and madly rushed forward. When Nianbing reacted, she saw a purple ray of light, and hundreds of heavenly fire converged into one in the air. The air around the heavenly fire seemed to be boiling, and in the midst of the distortion, it chased after her and Halogen. Halogen did not look back, but it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. In the instant when the heavenly fire was within 10 feet of them, he suddenly leaped high and forcefully threw Nianbing away. At the same time, his body flipped in the air, and the black battle axe that was in Lada's hand appeared in his hand. He let out a monstrous roar, and a frenzied battle intent shook the air. Both of his hands held the battle axe handle, and with his belt on his back, his arm on his back, his arm on his hand, and his hand on the axe, a strong black light, as if splitting the heavens and earth, came crashing down towards the heavenly fire. The black armor on his body burned with a black flame, and the surging battle intent stimulated his Do-Chi to become even stronger. With a puff, the heavenly fire was split in two in front of the black light, and the black light surged out like a black dragon and welcomed the Jabeasts that were chasing after them. The Jabeasts seemed to feel that this black light could not be underestimated, and immediately used their fastest speed to separate to the sides. In the blink of an eye, the black light, which was shaped like the face of an axe, swept across 100 feet of space and heavily chopped on the Red Mountain. A series of dense roars came, and a corner of the Red Mountain was unexpectedly broken by this axe. A large amount of red powder filled the air and shrouded the Jabeasts so that they could not sense the position of Halogen and Nianbing. Nianbing's body was thrown 100 feet away by Halogen. When his body was still in the air, he had already seen everything clearly. When he was about to land, Halogen had already floated over and once again carried him on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, they had already passed the range of the Red Mountain and quickly ran forward. Nianbing's heart was beating wildly. What kind of strength was this? For a few days, Halogen had always been a simple and honest dwarf in his heart. However, everything he had just shown, he was afraid that all the legendary god masters of the human world were just like this. No, even a god master would not be able to split the heavenly fire with such a high degree of condensation in one go, and also split the Red Mountain. God, could it be that all the creatures on the continent of gods were as strong as Halogen? If it was true, then what were the so-called strong people on the continent of Yangon? Chapter 170. Halogen ran for a long distance before slowing down. Panting heavily, he placed Nianbing on the ground. Damn, that was close. Fortunately, we didn't let those things surround us. Otherwise, the two of us would have been in big trouble. Nianbing looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. I'm afraid I'm the only one in trouble. With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for you to run away from those things. Halogen shook his head and opened the helmet on his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Those things are stronger than you think. Not only are their attacks with horns very strong, the impact is also very strong. Just now, after blocking so many attacks, I was slightly injured. Fortunately, I've been working hard on my cultivation all these years. Otherwise, if I was just a little slower and it caught up, it would have been very difficult for me to run away. Do you know? Just now, half of the impact of their attacks was neutralized by this set of armor on my body. The dwarf divine armor, the most precious treasure of the dwarf race, is not so easy to break through. Nian Bing smiled. It seems that without your help, it would have been impossible for me to run away from those things. Halogen smiled foolishly and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. Actually, I can feel that your spiritual power is very strong. You're the strongest person I've ever seen. Even the master gods I've seen before are not much stronger than you. Unfortunately, you're now in the body of a zombie, so you can't fully use your spiritual power. Otherwise, these things wouldn't have been able to stop you. I just don't know how your spiritual power compares to those true gods." Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "That's incomparable. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You rest for a while. We'll continue on our way." Halogen nodded. He sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. Nian Bing didn't dare to be careless. She opened up her spiritual power and laid down a layer of seal in a radius of 10 feet to protect Halogen, so that he would not be disturbed by outside interference. Halogen's strength caused Nian Bing's thirst for power to grow even stronger. Judging by Halogen's appearance, even if he couldn't compare to those main gods, he probably wasn't that far off. When would she be able to reach that level as well? Even if one reached his level of strength, there were still the high and mighty true gods. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel slightly agitated in his heart, and the bloodthirsty feeling at the bottom of his heart showed signs of becoming restless. The spread of his spiritual power made Nian Bing extremely sensitive to his surroundings. Halogen had just entered a meditative state when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this time, he and Halogen were in a plain. The surrounding ground was black soil and black rocks. It looked rugged, and it was a stretch to call it a plain. The feeling of his spiritual power came from a rock hundreds of feet away. It seemed to be the aura of life. Nian Bing's heart tightened. He opened his Tian Yen acupoint and focused his attention in that direction. At the same time, he summoned his demon devouring blade from his space ring. Under the full attention of his Tian Yen acupoint, he finally saw the source of his uneasiness. He couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't a rock, but the back of an unknown monster. From the feedback of his spiritual power, the monster's body was at least 14 or 15 feet long. Just the exposed back alone was 7 or 8 feet long. The monster's aura was very unstable. From its attributes, it seemed to be an earth-type monster. Nian Bing secretly hoped that this monster would continue to sleep and never wake up. As long as Halogen finished cultivating, the two of them could leave immediately. After seeing the strange sights of the continent of gods, he was wary of monsters. Things didn't go as planned. Things did not go as he wished. Just as a sliver of hope appeared in Nian Bing's heart, the monster moved. Its huge back slowly rose up, and its body, which was more than 10 feet long, drilled out of the ground. It revealed its entire appearance. It was a greenish-gray monster that was about 15 feet long. From its appearance, it looked like a giant python. However, this python had a dragon head and 8 pairs of horns under its abdomen. As soon as it emerged from the ground, Nian Bing immediately smelled a foul stench. If even a zombie could smell the stench, it was obvious that this monster was extremely weak. Its body was dripping with gray mucus. As it slowly turned its body, the pair of gray eyes on the dragon's head stared at Nian Bing. A murderous glint flashed in its eyes. Nian Bing knew that he couldn't wait any longer. There was no such thing as luck on the continent of gods. This monster would definitely not let the two of them go. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly jumped out. He didn't pounce on the monster, but quickly moved in another direction. The first thing he needed to do was to completely focus the monster's attention on him, so that he could smoothly complete his cultivation. The monster did as Nian Bing wished. Its huge head slowly turned in the direction he moved. Suddenly, the the monster let out a low roar. Its body suddenly shrank and then suddenly bounced. Its body, which was more than 10 feet long, seemed to have no weight at all. Its 8 pairs of horns simultaneously exerted force on the ground, bringing up a cloud of black dust. Suddenly, it rushed towards Nian Bing's direction. Its speed was so fast that it didn't pale in comparison to the movements that Nian Bing had seen before. With a flash of light, Nian Bing's body jumped to the side like lightning. At the same time, he suddenly waved the devouring demon blade in his hand, bringing along an aura of death. He had turned into a zombie. The might of the devouring demon blade was clearly easier to use. Although he couldn't use dark magic, the aura of death in his body was amplified several times under the devouring demon blade's amplification. A gray stream of air welcomed the monster's huge body. Unfortunately, the aura of death was like a flea tickling. It only left a faint mark on the gray scales of the monster's body. The monster's huge body strangely twisted. The lower half of its body suddenly swung the upper half of its body and heavily smashed towards Nian Bing's waist. At this time, Nian Bing knew that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. The Tian Yen acupoint between his eyebrows instantly emitted a 7-colored light. The strange eye opened once again. A huge amount of spiritual energy formed a solid 7-colored light and suddenly shot towards the monster's large eyes. The monster noticed the 7-colored light. The upper half of its body that was swinging over suddenly stopped in midair. Then the same strange thing happened. Its pair of eyes actually turned green in an instant. 2 jade green lights instantly met the spiritual energy that shot out from Nian Bing's Tian Yen acupoint. The 2 forces collided in midair without making any sound. Nian Bing only felt a violent tremor in his Tian Yen acupoint. His brain instantly became dizzy. He couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out a puff of gray gas. The faint green light that his body emitted from eating the green lizard disappeared. The aura of death was also greatly weakened. A strong sense of weakness instantly spread throughout his body. Even the light in his Tian Yen acupoint dimmed a lot. A monstrous roar rang out when Nian Bing regained his consciousness. Nian Bing only felt his whole body shake. He was already heavily hit by the monster's upper body. His body drew a parabola in the air and flew hundreds of feet before landing heavily on the ground. Although he had the body of a zombie and had been changed by the dragon's soul, this fall still almost made him dizzy. The spiritual power in his mind was in a temporary mess due to the violent tremors. However, his spiritual power was strong after all. Although his body had suffered a heavy blow, his spiritual power quickly stabilized. Nian Bing suddenly realized that this zombie's body was not bad. At least he didn't feel pain. If he was still a human, he was afraid that just the pain of his body alone would have made him faint. What made him even more gratified was that his tyrannical defense prevented him from breaking a single bone. As soon as his spiritual energy solidified, he immediately rolled on the ground and stood up again. He was ready to receive another attack from the monster. The monster did not attack Nian Bing again. When Nian Bing stood up again, he just happened to see its huge body rolling on the ground. It seemed to be in extreme pain. Its pair of big green eyes kept flashing. Every time, a layer of gray mucus would spray out from its body. It roared in pain again and again to show its current state. Seeing this scene, Nian Bing couldn't help but be stunned. This monster couldn't be suffering from a sudden illness, right? This thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. He was immediately amused by this idiotic thought of his. If the monsters on the godly mainland could get sick, then pigs would be able to fly. Of course, he didn't know that Kitty's little pig, Guan, was already able to fly. Since it wasn't suffering from an illness, could it be that the monster's current state was because of his attack just now? Nian Bing's memory returned to the previous moment. Although he didn't clearly see what happened in that instant, he was able to gather all his spiritual energy. However, He was certain that the spiritual attack he had hurriedly launched had gathered all of his spiritual power. That arrow-shaped spiritual power was the strongest piercing attack he could launch. Could it be that this was the attack that seriously injured the monster? When he thought of this, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel more confident in himself. He focused on the state of his spiritual power and realized that even though he had expended quite a bit of it, it wasn't as much as he had imagined. Only about 10% of his spiritual power was recovering as the specks of starlight rapidly circled around him. This discovery made him even more confident. Nian Bing had always understood the principle of taking advantage of an enemy's weakness. Without any hesitation, he flew back to the monster's side. In an instant, he condensed his spiritual energy and once again launched a physical attack on the monster. He didn't know that being able to condense spiritual energy into a physical state was also an incredible thing on the godly mainland. There was almost no one who was willing to use physical spiritual energy to launch an attack. One had to know that a human's spiritual energy was very weak. Moreover, it was closely related to one's soul. The cultivation of spiritual energy was much more difficult than the cultivation of the physical body. Even if one's spiritual energy could condense into a physical state, no one would be willing to use it to attack others. Otherwise, once one's spiritual energy was damaged, then it wouldn't just be the spiritual energy that would be damaged. At the same time, it would also threaten one's soul. That was much more serious than physical damage. There was even the possibility of one becoming an idiot. If it was in the past, Nian Bing wouldn't be willing to use his spiritual energy to launch an attack. However, the current him could only rely on his spiritual energy. In a situation where there was no other way, he could only choose to use his strongest ability to launch an attack. He didn't expect that it would actually work. It heavily injured the seemingly powerful monster in front of him. The substantial rainbow divine light flashed once again. The light split into two and pierced into the monster's large eyes that flickered with green light like lightning. This time, Nian Bing didn't encounter any resistance. His spiritual energy was like two sharp knives that directly pierced into the monster's spiritual world. As Nian Bing's will and the evil aura exploded, the monster's twisted body instantly spasmed. In the next moment, it completely stopped moving. With a loud bang, the giant head completely exploded, bringing green blood everywhere. Fortunately, Nian Bing dodged in time, so it didn't splash on his body. The biggest difference between a spiritual attack and a physical attack was that spiritual energy didn't directly attack the enemy's body. Instead, after completely destroying the enemy's spirit, it was like a fuse that caused the enemy's energy to go berserk. Therefore, no matter how strong the physical attack was, once the opponent's spirit collapsed, it would be difficult to escape the fate of destruction. This was the case for the much weaker green lizard, and it was the same for the giant monster in front of him. No matter how strong its body's defense was, it couldn't withstand the explosion of its own energy from inside out. The spiritual energy of magical beasts couldn't be compared to that of humans. No matter how high their intelligence was, they couldn't deliberately cultivate their spiritual energy. Nian Bing's spiritual energy had already reached the level of physical attack and was the nemesis of all magical beasts. It should be known that the stronger the physical defense of a magical beast, the weaker its spiritual energy would be. The monster's huge body was left intact except for its head. As its head exploded, a green bead floated into the air. Nian Bing's spiritual energy moved. Using his spiritual energy as a thread, he tied the bead and pulled it in front of him. It was a bead the size of a fist. Unlike the green lizard, this bead was full of moist air but didn't have the smell of blood. The warm bead was like the monster's green eyes, constantly flashing. Nian Bing could clearly feel that this bead contained a huge amount of energy. Delighted, he didn't think much about it. He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the bead into his mouth, forcefully swallowing it. In his mind, this was also something like a core. With his zombie body, eating it would only benefit him. As soon as the bead entered his stomach, Nian Bing immediately felt a hot stream of air flowing down his throat. Even though his zombie body couldn't feel any pain, he still felt dizzy as the stream of air grew hotter and hotter. What was going on? Could it be that this bead was poisonous? That's impossible. Even if it was poisonous, his zombie body wouldn't be afraid. The bead in his stomach was getting hotter and hotter. Gradually, Nian Bing felt that something was wrong, because that hot feeling wasn't coming from his body, but from his spiritual energy. His zombie body had already lost all sense of feeling. How could it feel hot? Understanding this, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. He didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating all the spiritual energy in his Tianyan acupoint to feel the changes in his body. When Nian Bing closed his eyes, his body had already begun to change. The body that was filled with the smell of death first grew the gray scales of a dragon's body. Very quickly, the gray scales began to mutate. The scales gradually expanded to twice their original size, densely covering his body, and became thicker. Then the color of these scales began to change from gray to green, and finally to jade green. If a normal person saw Nian Bing's current appearance, they would probably think that his body was covered in a layer of jade. Yes, those were sparkling and translucent scales like jade. Precious light flowed on the scales, emitting a layer of faint green light, protecting Nian Bing within a foot of his body. Even his long gray hair had turned dark green. Streaks of dark green electricity flowed around his body, and the zombie body began to mutate again. Different from the external changes of his body, Nian Bing's spiritual energy was suffering intense torment, and the burning sensation was becoming more and more intense. Waves of scorching heat invaded his Tianyan acupoint from all directions. Nian Bing couldn't understand what was happening. His powerful spiritual energy didn't have the slightest effect on these waves of heat. He could only watch as these faint green waves of heat entered his Tianyan acupoint and merged with the starry sky in his mind. The intense heat made Nian Bing feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to scream. But at this time he couldn't scream at all. The light in his Tianyan acupoint flickered continuously, and the ice and fire fusion balls spun 3 times faster in an instant. The surrounding starry sky also spun violently with the changes. Hot, so hot, so hot. Even when he was in the nightmare teleportation magic, it wasn't as uncomfortable as now. That almost non-existent heat flow continued to evaporate Nian Bing's body. His hands with dark red fingernails also began to change. His bones increased in size, and his hands looked bigger. Fine scales extended all the way to his fingertips, and his dark red fingernails turned into a sparkling green color. They flickered with a faint light and grew another 2 inches, reaching 5 inches in length. Stimulated by his spiritual energy, Nian Bing only had one thought in his mind, and that was to never eat anything in the future. In this world, not everything could be eaten. While thinking, Nian Bing's consciousness began to become a bit confused. Ever since his spiritual energy materialized, this was the first time he had this kind of feeling, his heart trembling. Nian Bing understood that he must not lose control of his body, let alone fall asleep. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would never wake up again. Thinking of this, he controlled his spiritual energy and forcefully stimulated the starry sky, formed by the fusion of ice and spiritual energy. A cold feeling instantly spread through his mind. His mind cleared, and he felt much more comfortable. The clearer his mind was, that painful feeling also became clearer. All Nian Bing could do now was to clench his teeth and endure. Just as Nian Bing fell into the abyss of pain, Halogen on the side finally woke up from his cultivation. He only had a rough feeling of everything that happened outside. He knew that Nian Bing was in trouble, but at the critical moment he couldn't help at all. Fortunately, his willpower was extremely strong. He didn't go berserk because of the changes in the outside world. When Halogen just woke up from his cultivation, he immediately looked for Nian Bing. However, the first thing he saw was the giant headless corpse. The giant corpse was too eye-catching. Halogen was shocked. When he saw the green blood flowing out of the giant corpse, he knew that this monster was dead. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Halogen murmured, "Heavens! Isn't this a green-eyed serpent? This was not its habitat, so why would it come here? Who killed it? It can't be Nianbing, right?" His gaze turned, and he finally saw Nianbing's appearance. Although Nianbing's body was covered with green scales, her appearance didn't change. Halogen was stunned for a moment. In a flash, he came in front of Nianbing. He also hadn't seen such a change. When he saw Nianbing's current appearance, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what happened, but in his opinion, that green-eye serpent was not something that Nianbing could deal with. However, the green-eye serpent was clearly dead. To be able to kill a green-eye serpent in such a short time, even a master at the level of a king god wouldn't be able to do it. Could it be that a true god came here? That shouldn't be the case. Those true gods rarely left their own territories. Heavens, it can't really be Nianbing, can it? Although he was puzzled, Halogen could see that Nianbing was currently in a state of cultivation. She wasn't rashly helping him, but was carefully sensing the current state of Nianbing. Through careful probing with his duki, he found that Nianbing's body seemed to be going through a mysterious and evolving process. Not only were scales attached to her skin, even the veins and flesh in her body were constantly changing. The aura of death didn't weaken in the process, but her body was still undergoing earth-shattering changes. Halogen didn't know what exactly had changed, but he faintly felt that this wasn't a bad thing. After discovering this, Halogen finally relaxed. Since Nianbing was cultivating, then he could only wait. Looking back at the corpse of the green-eyed serpent, Halogen's simple and honest face revealed a glimmer of desire. "Good stuff. It's really good stuff. I've long heard that the meat of the green-eyed serpent is the most delicious of all the magical beasts, and its scales are ranked in the top 3 in terms of defense. Such a good thing, how can I let it go?" While thinking, the black battle axe was already in his hand. In a few steps, he came to the side of the green-eyed serpent and began to move. Nianbing naturally didn't know what was happening outside. Her brain was in a semi-conscious state because of the intense pain, and she was forced to wake up again and again by the aura of ice magic. Every time she went through a reincarnation cycle, it was as if she had walked in a circle in hell. The repeated pain made her spirit suffer. If it wasn't for the experience of cultivating in the space teleportation, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to endure this kind of pain. Minutes and seconds passed. Even Nianbing herself didn't know how many times she was on the verge of fainting. Every time she made a choice, it was unusually difficult. After all the pain would disappear when she was unconscious. In the face of such a difficult choice, the longing in her heart made her stand up again and again. As long as she thought of her parents and the 3 girls waiting for her, the intense pain would become a lot weaker. In order to be able to return alive, she was almost crazy to endure. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the faint green aura gradually weakened. The green light gradually merged with the 7-colored light in her mind and returned to her spirit. But now his spiritual power had changed again. The original 7 main stars had disappeared, turning into 7 rotating star clusters with countless tail flames. The star clusters seemed to be made up of countless light spots that were constantly rotating, and the red and blue light spots in the center were constantly fusing and dispersing as they rotated. The 7 star clusters were not big, but if one were to spread their spiritual power throughout the entire Tianyan acupoint, they would be able to see 7 star clusters after these star clusters were formed. The Tianyan acupoint no longer had a trace of space and was completely filled with the 7-colored light spots. As the pain gradually disappeared, Nianbing's tense spirit finally relaxed. The feeling of comfort replaced the pain. He finally got through it. Looking at the huge sea of spirit, even he admired himself. If he could get through this kind of difficulty, what else could he not do? While thinking, he slowly opened his eyes. The world in front of him suddenly changed. He rubbed his eyes, confirming that he didn't see wrongly. The Tianyan acupoint didn't open, but what appeared in front of him was no longer the same world as before. The air was completely filled with all kinds of subtle magic elements. Some magic elements were gently floating. Some magic elements were fiercely rubbing against each other. Even if they were of the same type, the situation between them was completely different. God, what's going on? Why can I see this with my naked eyes? Nian Bing didn't understand, but he wasn't happy because of this situation. No matter who it was, who would be happy to see a sky full of light spots when they opened their eyes? It was definitely the most painful thing to not be able to see the world around you clearly. As Nian Bing thought of this, the light spots in front of him suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Furthermore, he could see much clearer than before. Brother, you're finally awake. You slept for an entire day. What happened to you? How did you become a monster? Halogen's voice woke Nian Bing up from his shock. He lowered his head to look at his own body, and was immediately shocked by himself. There wasn't a single bit of skin exposed on his body, and the undead aura on his body seemed to have become stronger. That hard and thick jade green armor was really there, and as his skin rubbed against each other, it made a slight clanging sound, as if it was made of metal. God, what happened to me? I don't know what happened. Nian Bing looked at himself with tears in his eyes. How did he become like this? Even if he went back alive, how could he face his wives? He raised his head and touched his face. His face wasn't spared and was also covered in scales. It's over. I've really become a monster this time. Halogen appeared in front of Nian Bing in a flash, and looked at him curiously. He raised his hand and pinched Nian Bing's shoulder. Suddenly, a strong rebound force was produced, and his hand was shaken off. Such a strong defense. Nian Bing, if I'm not wrong, you seem to have evolved. What did you do? Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, I'd rather not have this kind of evolution. If I go back like this, how can I face my family and friends? I didn't do anything. After I killed that monster, I ate a pearl that dropped from its head. What? Halogen cried out in alarm. His voice was like thunder, and it scared Nian Bing. Did you really kill the green-eyed serpent? How did you do it? You know, the green-eyed serpent is one of the 4 magical beasts in the godly continent. Even if it can't compare to the large number of serpents, a green-eyed serpent can fight against more than 50 serpents, and even destroy them. According to what you said, the green-eyed serpent you killed has already condensed a serpent pearl. I'm afraid it's at least 3,000 years old. You're really something. You even dared to eat a serpent pearl. I'm very curious. How can you not die? Nian Bing said unhappily, Do you really want me to die? What is the green-eyed serpent? Is it very strong? I don't think so. At the beginning, it was very difficult to deal with, but I used my spiritual energy to attack it twice, and its head exploded. Then, I got the serpent pearl you said. Halogen made a fainting gesture. I admire you, Nian Bing. I simply prostrate myself in admiration of you. You actually played the jade-eyed azure dragon to death, just like that? This green-eyed serpent is not a normal magical beast. Its defense is definitely in the top 3 of all magical beasts. Even the strongest magic storm would not be able to do any damage to it, although its movements are not very agile. But from its body size, it is already much stronger than normal magical beasts. Moreover, it can spit out earth arrows to attack enemies, and it can control soil and rocks, just like the natural earth magicians among you humans. It can be said to be the strongest existence among the earth magical beasts. Even the strongest of the king gods are not willing to face it. Otherwise, even if they kill it, it will cause a lot of damage to their own cultivation. The most powerful part of this jade-eyed ancient dragon wasn't its defense or attack power. The most terrifying part was its eyes. Those were the only eyes of a magical beast that could release spiritual attacks. You actually said that you used spiritual power to explode its head. Heavens! What kind of monster are you? Nian Bing laughed and said, Aren't I just a zombie? Maybe this big snake underestimated me and was killed by me before it could use its real power. It can only blame its bad luck. Halogen was completely speechless. Such a top magical beast was actually defeated by Nian Bing. He really could not accept it. Nian Bing said, Halogen, you still haven't told me what the serpent pearl is. Is there any harm in eating it? I don't know. Halogen said unhappily. Chapter 171. Nian Bing smiled and said, All right, I know my character is good, and you are jealous of me. But you don't have to be like this. No matter what, we are still brothers. Halogen smiled bitterly and said, I really don't know. The dragon core of the green-eyed serpent is extremely rare. The effect of the dragon core is the same as the effect of the gem on your Earth Awakening Melody Longevity Blade, and it is also a gem of the same grade. I never thought that someone would eat such a treasure. If we can use the green-eyed serpent's dragon core as the core and add the scales on its body to make an armor, its defensive power would not be much worse than my dwarf mystic armor. Of course, the person who makes this armor must be one of our clansmen. If it falls into the hands of someone who doesn't know how to make it, it will only be a waste. Nian Bing looked at his body helplessly and said, How would I know that this thing can't be eaten? If I knew it was such a good thing, I would have kept it for you. Anyway, I've already eaten it, other than this layer of scales. There doesn't seem to be any harm. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, if we encounter another magic storm, our journey will be delayed. As he said that, he identified the direction and took the lead to fly forward. Looking at Nian Bing's back, Halogen muttered, Magic storm? If that layer of scales on your body really has the same effect as the green-eye serpent, even if there is a magic storm, it won't be able to hurt you. As he said that, he moved his feet and chased after Nian Bing, leaving behind a hazy afterimage. It was only during this journey that Nian Bing truly experienced the physics and chemistry that Ma Luan had mentioned. His body seemed to be much lighter than before, and he could easily float a distance of 30 to 40 feet with just a simple push off the ground. Furthermore, he didn't feel exhausted at all. Through the perception of the outside world, he could actually catch up to Halogen in terms of speed and even surpass him in terms of agility. Nian Bing didn't pay much attention to the changes in his spiritual power. As he hurried, he pondered about how to get rid of his dark green scales. Due to the increase in Nian Bing's speed, the two of them were able to travel much faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed dozens of kilometers away. As they hurried along, they also encountered several waves of magical beasts. This time, Halogen finally saw Nian Bing's terrifying attack method. Halogen's strength was already extremely strong, but he had to deal with the magical beasts one by one, relying on his own Do Chi and battle axe to disintegrate the demonic beasts. But when he saw Nian Bing's attack, he completely gave up on attacking. Although the magical beasts that attacked them were not too powerful, Nian Bing's actions were too abnormal. Whenever a demonic beast attacked them, Nian Bing's body would be surrounded by a layer of rainbow-colored air current. The rainbow-colored light flowed and split into countless tiny rays of light. Each ray of light pierced into the demonic beast's body. Then, there was no other possibility. The demonic beast would definitely explode and die, and their cores also entered Nian Bing's stomach one by one. Of course, the current Nian Bing wouldn't casually eat them anymore. He only ate them after asking Halogen and confirming that there was no problem. But after eating the core of the green-eye serpent, he didn't eat the cores of other magical beasts. He no longer felt any obvious increase in his strength. I say, Nian Bing, can we discuss something? Halogen asked tentatively. Nian Bing was stunned. As he hurried forward, he looked at Halogen and said, What's wrong? We're brothers. If you have something to say, just say it. Halogen rubbed his hands and said, The next time we meet a demonic beast, don't use your abnormal attacks. With the strength of your body now, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a demonic beast without using your spiritual power. Leave a few for me to satisfy my cravings." Nianbing smiled and said, "So it's like this." "Well said, no problem. The next time there are demonic beasts, I'll leave them to you. I'm happy to be free." At this time, Nianbing was in a good mood, although those scales affected his appearance. But his body was full of strength, and endless spiritual power made him feel that his strength had increased greatly. When he attacked those demonic beasts, he didn't have to worry about the consumption of his spiritual power. After every attack, the 7 vortexes in his Tian Yen acupoint would rotate slightly and immediately restore his spiritual power. Since there was such a method to save energy, why would he use his body to attack? Halogen shook his head helplessly and said, "You're really a pervert. You even eat the cores of demonic beasts. Sai, looking at you, you don't look like you're from the Yangon continent." Nianbing asked doubtfully, "Why do you say that?" Halogen said, "Do you still need to ask? How could ordinary humans adapt to the environment of the godly continent so easily? I see that you're more adapted than those gods. I really have to hand it to you." Nianbing smiled and said, "So it's because of this. Actually, those demonic beasts' cores are made of energy. You can say that it's the core of their bodies. You can eat some later. There shouldn't be any problems." Halogen shook his head and said, "Forget it. I don't have such good digestive abilities like you. Don't forget, you're a zombie. Zombies have a very strong absorption ability for anything physical. Moreover, your body is so strong that you're not afraid of the impact of the demonic beast cores. It's just that I don't understand now. How did you absorb it? That dragon core of the green eye serpent. Logically speaking, with your body strength, it shouldn't be able to withstand such a large impact of energy. It's because you absorb the dragon core of the green eye serpent that you can eat the cores of other demonic beasts without any scruples." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "These are the questions I wanted to ask you. Why are you asking me? Whatever, I'll eat whatever I can. Increasing my strength by a bit will increase my chances when we reach Death God Waterfall, right?" Actually, even Nianbing himself didn't know that the reason he could absorb the dragon core of the green eye serpent was mainly because of his strong mental strength and willpower, but at the same time, it had a lot to do with his body. No matter how strong his willpower was, if the pain came from both his mental and physical world at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the body of a zombie made him unable to feel physical pain at all. Another reason was that his body had been modified by the dragon soul. Although the green eye serpent was strong, it also belonged to the dragon family and was a super variant of the earth dragon. Nianbing's body had been modified by the dragon soul of the mutant dragon Oscar. So the rejection of the green eye serpent's dragon core was very small. Therefore, he was able to safely absorb the dragon core of the green eye serpent. The red head rope of Nianbing's strength also increased Halogen's confidence by a lot. Seeing Nianbing's abnormal evolution, he now somewhat believed the god of life's vision. Perhaps this abnormal human really did have a way to safely enter Death God Waterfall. The two of them kept moving forward, and in the distance, a green mountain gradually appeared in front of them. The height of this mountain is not as high as the Red Mountain where the Zephyrs lived before, but it covers a much wider area. The dark green mountain body appears to Beta Green Mountain was very solid, and there were no holes exposed. Nianbing looked at the mountain with some doubt and said, "This should be the 3rd mountain. After crossing this, we should reach Death God Waterfall. Halogen, can we go around it like we did at Red Mountain?" Halogen shook his head and said, "That won't do. You still don't know, but actually the so-called crossing 3 mountains is not really crossing the 3rd mountain. I call it Green Mountain. The top of the mountain is circular and no one knows where the water at the top of the mountain comes from. But I can tell you, the top of this mountain is the source of Death God Waterfall. If we want to reach Death God Waterfall, we have to reach the top of the mountain. From there, we can directly reach Death God Waterfall. Even if we take a detour, we still have to climb this mountain from other places. The process is the same. Nian Bing's heart stirred and said, "You mean to say that Death God Waterfall is at the top of this mountain? You can't be wrong, right? Could there be a waterfall behind this mountain? A waterfall that isn't a threat?" Halogen said unhappily, "In your dreams, how can there be such a cheap thing? I'm very familiar with the surrounding environment. Apart from Death God Waterfall, there are no other waterfalls within 1,000 miles. On the continent of gods, the most precious things are food and water. There is no water source that can be drunk directly on the continent. What we drink is some filthy water that flows out from the cracks of the mountain and can only be drunk after it has been purified. How can we be as extravagant as you, carrying so much clean water in your spatial ring? Of course, you don't need to drink water. However, zombies seem to need to drink blood. But I don't see you drinking blood." Nian Bing said with a smile, "Didn't I eat the inner cores of magical beasts? Those things are enough to replenish my body. Sai, do you think I want to be like this? I'm a chef. Making and tasting food is my greatest pleasure. Now, all these pleasures are gone." Halogen's face showed a trace of seriousness and said, "All right, let's not talk about this first. Let's think about how to climb this mountain." Along the way, other than when they encountered a large number of enemies attacking at the same time, this was the first time Nian Bing saw Halogen reveal such an expression. Her heart trembled, and she immediately understood that this green mountain was definitely not ordinary. Halogen said, "This green mountain is called one of the 5 great forbidden areas on the continent of gods. It's as famous as the territory of the 4 great gods. One can imagine the dangers within. Of course, this danger is mainly reflected in Death God Waterfall. That is the main reason why this place is called a forbidden area. However, in the surroundings of this forbidden area, there are also hidden threats. Just the magical beasts of the dark element alone are many, including one of the 4 great magical beasts, the Amaterasu, who is known as the guardian of Death God Waterfall." Nian Bing frowned slightly and said, "Amaterasu? What's that? The name is not bad." Halogen said, "Amaterasu is the head of the 4 most powerful magical beasts on the continent of gods. Its strength is even greater than that of Shabi and the green-eye serpent. I've only seen its appearance once from afar. The reason why its name is pleasant to hear is because it has the most beautiful appearance among the magical beasts. If you only look at its appearance, I'm afraid no one would think that it is the most ferocious magical beast." At this point, Halogen's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Nian Bing said disapprovingly, "Magical beasts are magical beasts in the end. We just have to avoid facing it head-on." Halogen shook his head and said, "How can it be so easy? As the guardian of Death God Waterfall, although there is only one Amaterasu, it has wisdom that surpasses humans. Its appearance is that of a bird with colorful wings and feathers, but its head is completely black. Its body can emit a faint fragrance. This kind of bird can transform into the appearance of a human. It is said that it already has the strongest power in the world of darkness, and Death God Waterfall is its source. Even the 4 true gods can't do much to it. Unless the entire continent of gods is destroyed, they can't really kill this Amaterasu." At this point, he looked deeply at Nian Bing and said word by word, "In other words, although this Amaterasu is on par with the other 3 magical beasts, its strength is far greater than the other 3. Nian Bing couldn't be more familiar with the strength of a true god. Halogen actually said that Amaterasu was comparable to a true god. Ling Yanbing was immediately dumbfounded. With such a thing guarding Death God Waterfall, would she still be able to obtain the fruits? Halogen sighed and said, "It is because of Amaterasu's existence that I was very surprised when I heard that you wanted to come here to harvest the fruits. I really don't understand why the God of Life would let you come here. Don't tell me she sent you here to die?" Hearing Halogen's words, Nian Bing's thoughts flashed, and a thought flashed in her mind. Perhaps Cow let me come here because I am a zombie? Although that Amaterasu is powerful, it might not necessarily harm the other creatures of darkness here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told me that there are several kinds of creatures of darkness on this green mountain. Therefore, although Amaterasu is powerful, it is not tyrannical. Halogen, I have decided. You go back now. I will go up the mountain alone. Halogen was anxious and hurriedly said, What do you mean? Let me tell you, Amaterasu is powerful, not because we are afraid of it. Since I have accompanied you here, I will naturally follow you to take a look. With the two of us together, even if we can't defeat it, we might have a chance to escape. Nian Bing shook her head, saying, Of course I don't think you are afraid of it, but there is really no need for you to go up with me. Cow, let me come here. She must have considered my strength. Since she let me come, she must have some confidence. Therefore, I must go up and try. If you follow me, the two of us may be trapped. Hearing Nian Bing's words, Halogen couldn't help but hesitate. But, how can I be at ease if you go up alone? Smiling slightly, Nian Bing's eyes revealed a trace of sincerity. Believe me, since Amaterasu is so powerful, even if you go with me, once it goes berserk, we will not be able to contend against it. As the saying goes, choose the lesser of two evils. Besides, I still have a chance alone. Don't people believe in the God of life? Go back, my brother. If I don't go back in 10 days, it proves that I am done for. You don't have to think too much. Just stick to your beliefs. If I don't go back, those 6 swords will be given to you dwarves. I believe that these swords can also play a role in your hands. Halogen looked deeply at Nian Bing and extended his right hand. Nian Bing raised her hand and shook it with him. Go! I have confidence in myself. You brought me here and told me this. It is already very useful to me. Didn't you say that I am a pervert? Maybe I will do even more perverted things when I see Amaterasu. Halogen was not a pretentious person. He looked deeply at Nian Bing. Good brother, I know you are thinking for me. Well, I will listen to you. I will wait for your good news in the holy mountain. You must come back. At this point, he patted Nian Bing's shoulder with his left hand and held Nian Bing's right hand tightly with his right hand. Only then did he let go of his hand and turn back to the way he came. If Halogen was alone, even if Nian Bing objected, he would definitely accompany Nian Bing to climb the Green Mountain and face Amaterasu together. However, Nian Bing's words just now made him think of his mother. He still had his mother to take care of. If he died as the only dwarf in his prime on the Holy Land, then who would take care of his mother and people? Thinking of this, he said goodbye to Nian Bing against his will. However, his rough face was already covered with tears when he left. Although Halogen had only known Nian Bing for 3 days, during these 3 days, Nian Bing had unreservedly given all the food she brought with her to the dwarves, giving them hope and a more sincere belief. All of this was a great kindness to the dwarves. However, Halogen was very filial. For his mother, he had no choice but to leave. He kept telling himself, Nian Bing's everything was arranged by the God of life. But even so, his heart was still very sad. Seeing Halogen leave, Nian Bing calmed down and raised her head to look at the wide and tall mountain in front of her. The green mountain in front of her didn't turn green because of plants. It could be said that on the Holy Land, except for the realm of life she had seen, there was no place for plants to grow. There was no place suitable for plants to grow. The reason why the green mountain in front of him was green was because the rocks that formed the mountain were originally green. It was a very dark green. When the sunlight that passed through the dark clouds was not strong, it could even be seen as black. Smiling slightly, Nian Bing's eyes revealed a faint light. She didn't know what she was about to face, but since she had already come here, she wouldn't shrink in the slightest. Amaterasu, then let me see your existence. With a flash of light in his left hand, the demon devouring blade appeared in his hand. The black blade flashed, and combined with her own undead aura, the rich dark element formed a circle around her body without the deliberate control of her spiritual power. At this moment, the demon-devouring blade suddenly began to vibrate slightly. The vibrations weren't strong, but every time it trembled, it emitted a layer of faint black mist. It gave Nian Bing a feeling of excitement. Putting the demon-devouring blade in front of her chest, she looked at the narrow blade that didn't reflect any light. Feeling the surging dark aura on it, Nian Bing said to herself, "Old friend, this time it's up to you to climb the mountain. Your companions aren't here. Only you can protect me." The demon-devouring blade let out a soft hum, as if it was trying to tell Nian Bing something. It raised its head again, and a strong divine light appeared in its eyes. Nian Bing floated up and headed for the peak of Green Mountain like a leaf. The surroundings were silent. In order to ensure her own safety, Nian Bing fully opened her spiritual power, and the scene of various magical elements appeared in front of her again. As soon as she entered the range of the Green Mountain, she immediately felt that her whole body was full of power. All kinds of negative energies were constantly gathering in her body, and her zombie-like body was crazily absorbing evil, dark, death, resentment, and other kinds of aura. Through her eyes, Nian Bing saw that it was completely a vast expanse of gray and black. In the range of the Green Mountain, there were no other magical elements at all, only evil and dark. To other creatures, the Green Mountain was definitely a place of death, but to all kinds of undead and dark creatures, it was definitely a place of feng shui. The dark energy in her body continued to rise under the constant nourishment, as if it was about to burst out at any time. Her body was filled with almost unlimited power. Every time her body soared in the air, she could feel that the little bit of energy that she had used was completely replenished. Nian Bing thought to herself, if a large amount of dark energy was gathered on this green mountain that was suitable for navigation, their combat power would probably be doubled. No wonder Halogen said that Amaterasu could even compete with the 4 true gods. Under the special conditions of the Green Mountain, such a situation was very likely to happen. Just as Nian Bing was feeling everything in the Green Mountain, she had already reached the halfway point of the Green Mountain at a speed that was difficult to be seen with the naked eye. The closer she got to the peak, the stronger the evil aura became. Although these dark and evil auras Ling Nianbing felt that she was full of power, at the same time, these negative energies also aroused her zombie desires, and her heart was filled with bloodlust. If not for Nianbing using her powerful spiritual power to suppress those dark desires, she was afraid that she would have already roared out loud. But even so, the death energy in her body surged again and again, greatly increasing her vigilance. Dark energy was a double-edged sword. While it increased one's strength, there was also the possibility that it could backfire at any time. Nianbing understood that the first thing she had to do was to make sure that she was clear-headed. Just as she sensed the increase in her vigilance, Nianbing's spiritual power, which was much stronger than before, suddenly discovered a slight change in the air. Not far from the mountain, she felt an evil aura, which was not the energy of the Green Mountain itself, because the aura attached to the Green Mountain itself was a balanced fluctuation, constantly increasing with the height of the mountain. The evil aura itself was much stronger, and with Nianbing's spiritual power, it was easy for her to detect this factor. Nianbing was not too worried, because she knew that she might have encountered a dark creature, but she did not know if it was Amaterasu who was guarding the Death God waterfall. The speed of her body's growth slowed down a little. The slender, devil-devouring blade in her hand pointed forward, and her spiritual power spread out, locking onto the target like a large net. Nianbing did not unleash any substantial spiritual energy. Even though that was the best way to unleash the full potential of his spiritual energy, the energy glow of the substantial spiritual energy was too obvious. It was not as good as the invisible spiritual energy. But with his current level of spiritual power, even if he did not use any real spiritual power, it was still extremely terrifying. When his spiritual power firmly locked onto the opponent, he could clearly sense the opponent's form. It was a monster about 4 feet long, and from the feedback of his spiritual power, it was hiding behind a huge rock and at the same time watching him. Nian Bing felt that the monster's body shape was somewhat familiar, and its chubby appearance was somewhat similar to the dark demon rat. But its huge head was far from the dark demon rat's. Just as Nian Bing was about to use his spiritual power to stimulate the monster and look for an opportunity to attack, the devil-devouring blade in his hand suddenly changed. A circle of black light emitted from the devil-devouring blade's hilt, and the hilt suddenly became abnormally hot. Nian Bing let out a cry of surprise, because the burning feeling went straight through his spiritual power, and almost subconsciously he immediately let go of the devil-devouring blade's hilt. A light flashed, and a faint black light was emitted from the devil-devouring blade's hilt. In the blink of an eye, it condensed in front of Nian Bing, and it was the shadow puppet. Its right hand reached forward slightly, and it grabbed the devil-devouring blade in its hand, without waiting for Nian Bing's order. It had already turned into a faint black fog and floated out, circling behind the rock. That's right. How could I forget about the shadow puppet when I was adventuring in the Death God waterfall? Seeing its appearance, Nian Bing was not surprised but happy. After all, although the shadow puppet often escaped from his control, everything the shadow puppet did was beneficial to him. Perhaps it was because the dark aura on the devil-devouring blade was too strong that it formed the blade's soul. It was a good thing that the blade itself had spirituality. Let him deal with the monster, and he would find another opportunity to help. At the thought of this, Nian Bing leaped up and floated to a large rock at the side. He looked in the direction that the shadow puppet had rushed out from. A light flashed and an angry roar sounded. Then a huge body suddenly rose from behind the rock. Seeing the figure fly out, Nian Bing was shocked. The body was about 4 feet long, and it was almost spherical. Its head was also spherical, but it was a few sizes smaller than the body. Looking at the way it flew, it looked like a round meatball on a huge piece of fat meat. Its 2 huge ears, each of which was over 10 feet long, flapped continuously, bringing its body high up into the sky, dodging a beam of light that was slashed out by the shadow puppet's devouring devil blade. Nian Bing was too familiar with the appearance of this monster. Wasn't this monster the same as Kitty's little pink pig? But it was many times bigger, and its body was not pink but gray. Damn, the flying divine pig! It can fly even though it's so big. The flying divine pig in the air seemed to have heard Nian Bing's voice, and its huge nose that matched its body made an angry roar. Of course, although it was a powerful magical beast, its roar was not much different from that of an ordinary pig, but it was much louder. Looking at the appearance of this magical beast, Nian Bing felt a little funny. What a flying divine pig! Could it be that it was related to Kitty's little pink pig Guan? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout to the shadow puppet, "Be careful of this fat pig's unique skill. It might be some kind of beast blood boil." Nian Bing had seen Guan use beast blood boil before, and it was very powerful. In terms of attack power, little pink pig Guan was the most powerful among all of Kitty's pets. The flying celestial boar in front of him was clearly stronger than Guan Guan by more than one level. If it was the one who used beast blood boil, the power would be unimaginable. The shadow puppet didn't seem to have heard Nian Bing's words, and its body floated up like a shadow. At this moment, Nian Bing's mental strength suddenly fluctuated violently, and he could clearly see the changes happening to the shadow puppet. Its body, which was formed from the condensation of the dark elements with Xiantian Qi as its foundation, actually became illusory in an instant. On the other hand, the demon-devouring blade was raised high, and the dark energy that was more than 10 feet long rapidly shrank to a foot in radius. Its speed instantly doubled, and it rushed towards the flying divine boar's head. The flying divine pig seemed to know how powerful it was. Although it didn't stop snarling, its huge body curled up and it really turned into a meatball. Its body quickly flipped in the air, and its huge ears covered the outside. A layer of gray energy spread out from its body, and it suddenly crashed towards the shadow puppet. Seeing this, Nian Bing wasn't worried at all. His mental strength was locked onto the flying divine pig's body. If the shadow puppet couldn't resist, he would immediately make a move. However, from the looks of it, the shadow puppet didn't have any trouble resisting the attack. Although the flying divine pig's attack covered a large area, the shadow puppet's greatest strength was its speed and agility. It was impossible for the flying divine pig to cause any damage to the shadow puppet. Just as Nian Bing was thinking about the possible directions the shadow puppet could dodge, a scene that left him at a loss of whether to laugh or cry happened. Surprisingly, the shadow puppet didn't dodge the flying divine pig's attack. Its charging body suddenly came to a halt in midair, and it raised the demon-devouring saber above its head. It suddenly emitted a black light, but the light wasn't aimed at the flying divine pig. Instead, it was aimed at the air above the flying divine pig. Nian Bing was puzzled. What was the shadow puppet trying to do? The answer was revealed at the same time Nian Bing was puzzled. The flying divine pig's speed was extremely fast due to its huge weight, but the shadow puppet's movement was just slightly faster than it. The black light in the air suddenly grew bigger, and a huge body no smaller than the flying divine pig suddenly appeared in midair. It was Sweetie Mouse's mother, the super dark demon mouse that had evolved to Tier 5. Chapter 172. The appearance of the dark demon rat had obviously startled the flying divine pig. However, everything had happened too quickly, and it had no time to react. The dark demon rat's attack could be said to be unique. It retracted its four relatively small claws and curled up like the flying divine pig. However, its body did not rotate. Its pointy head was facing up, and its pair of small eyes were looking straight ahead. Its fat butt was facing down, and its entire body was emitting a layer of black light. It actually sat down with its butt facing down. The dark demon rat sat down very quickly, and it wasn't light either. When it got close to the shadow puppet, the flying divine pig just happened to crash into it. Ling Nian Bing's big black but came into close contact with the flying divine pig's round body. The two equally fat bodies fell from the sky like two giant meatballs and crashed into the side of the Green Mountain. The huge explosion sent Nian Bing flying from where he was standing. Luckily, he was prepared. He used his power of the will to protect his ears, so he didn't suffer any damage. When Nian Bing entered the Green Mountain, he carefully inspected the rock structure of the mountain. Apart from being filled with a huge amount of dark energy, the rocks were also extremely hard. They were at least twice as hard as the normal black rocks on the continent of gods. However, the dark demon rat and the flying divine pig's combined strength was simply too terrifying. The flying divine pig's spinning body changed direction because of the dark demon rat's big butt. Combined with the dark demon rat's energy and the weight of both of them, the impact sent the flying divine pig's huge body crashing into the Green Mountain. 2/3 of its body sank into the mountain, and cracks kept spreading out from the crater it created. The cracks only stopped after a few hundred meters. This time, the flying divine boar was truly enraged. Its huge body struggled and jumped out of the depression. Looking at the dark demon rat that was still rising in the air, it let out a slightly different roar from its mouth. An incomparably large gray stream of air condensed around its body. The gray stream of air looked very strange, and during the process of condensing, strange gray vortexes appeared on the flying divine boar's body. The center of these vortexes was black, and the originally lazy black eyes of the flying divine boar had turned blood red. As it let out a low roar, its fat and protruding nose constantly exhaled hot air. Nian Bing's heart tightened. He immediately used his power of the will to notify the shadow puppet. He knew that the flying divine pig was about to use a skill similar to little pink pig Guan's beast blood boil. Such a big pig, how strong was its attack? Nian Bing didn't know, and he didn't want to know. Although the divine flying boar's movements weren't fast, and it seemed to be very lazy, the strength of the dark aura on its body was far beyond Nian Bing's understanding. The enormous gray energy had already condensed in the blink of an eye. Following that, the divine flying boar lifted its 2 front hooves, and its 2 large ears opened like a fan. A huge gray stream of air rushed into the sky, rushing towards the dark demon that had already begun to descend. The stream of air that it released was very strange. Its shape was exactly the same as its body, and it was actually a complete body of energy. Nian Bing couldn't help but be shocked by the immense pressure that came from the divine flying boar, even though he wasn't facing it directly. He knew that even if his body had undergone many transformations, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a ferocious attack. The shadow puppet's intelligence was far beyond Nian Bing's imagination. When the flying divine pig released its full power attack, the dark demon rat in the sky disappeared without a trace. Although the dark demon rat was injured by the recoil of the flying divine pig's body, it didn't suffer any substantial damage. When the flying divine pig released its strongest attack, the dark demon rat was recalled by the shadow puppet just like that. Seeing the dark demon rat disappear, Nian Bing heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could retract his suspense, he immediately tensed up again. Although the dark demon rat disappeared, the shadow puppet suddenly appeared in midair and took over the dark demon rat's position. The energy pig was now filled with a dense dark aura. It could definitely be called a pig of death. Although Nian Bing's psychic energy was strong, he could only attack the flying divine pig's body. It was too late to stop the energy pig. A miracle happened once again on the shadow puppet. Its body that was calmly floating in midair fused with the energy pig's enormous dark aura. Under the intense impact of the energy pig, the shadow puppet's body also disappeared in the gray aura. A miracle? Of course, this was not a miracle. If the shadow puppet died just like that, how could it be called a miracle? Just as Nian Bing's heart sank and the flying divine pig was roaring excitedly, the energy pig in midair changed. If the enemy was too strong and returned its full strength attack to it, the flying divine pig would not be so afraid. However, it saw a scene that it never wanted to see again. Just as it was excitedly snorting, the energy pig in midair suddenly lost contact with its body. In the next moment, the gray energy pig instantly turned black and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. It condensed at the center of its body. The flying divine pig roared angrily. Under the influence of the aura, its huge body trembled and shrank in size. Even the gray aura around its body became much weaker. The black aura quickly shrank and reformed into a human form. A slender black blade appeared out of thin air. With a flash of light, the figure appeared in front of the flying divine pig. It was the shadow puppet who had returned to his human form. At this time, the shadow puppet had changed again. Its body did not have the illusory feeling that an energy body should have. Compared to Nian Bing, who was not far away, it was black while Nian Bing was green. Other than the color difference and the extra scales on Nian Bing's body, there was no other difference between the two of them. Although Ling Nian Bing found it strange that there was an additional shadow puppet, at the same time, she could clearly sense that the shadow puppet had become much stronger than before. It was so strong that she could not even judge its strength. The shadow puppet did not look at Nian Bing. The demon-devouring blade in its hand had already pointed at the flying divine pig's forehead. A gray stream of air flowed out of the flying divine pig's body uncontrollably into the shadow puppet. The energy kept pouring out, and the shadow puppet was in an extremely comfortable position. Apart from the demon-devouring blade in its right hand that was pointing at the flying divine pig, the rest of its body was completely stretched out. The feeling of having a solid body became even more obvious. Nian Bing observed the shadow puppet through her celestial eye acupoint. She discovered a shocking fact from the shadow puppet. The current form of the shadow puppet was actually somewhat similar to the god of life, Cow. The difference was that Cow possessed the energy of life, while the shadow puppet possessed the energy of darkness, an energy filled with evil. Of course, the strength of the shadow puppet's energy was still a far cry from that of Cow. However, the completely condensed and unfathomable form of energy was similar to the enormous life force of the god of life, Cow. Ling Yanbing could not help but feel a little worried at the same time. Was it really a good idea for the shadow puppet to continue developing like this? From the looks of it, the shadow puppet seemed to be able to absorb the energy of all dark creatures. If it continued to grow, what would happen when its dark energy reached a certain saturation point? While Nian Bing was pondering, the flying divine pig could not take it anymore. Although the Green Mountain was a great land of nourishment for dark creatures, it could not withstand the crazy absorption of its energy by the shadow puppet. The flying divine pig struggled with all its might, but it had just unleashed its most powerful attack. Although the shadow puppet's energy was not as strong as the flying divine pig, it had already surpassed the flying divine pig after absorbing the flying divine pig's energy. The flying divine pig could only watch as its hard-earned energy was continuously absorbed by the shadow puppet. The flying divine pig stared at the shadow puppet with a pleading look in its small eyes. The fat on its body kept shaking, as if it would be paralyzed at any moment. The shadow puppet let out a sharp shriek. The demon-devouring saber in its hand unleashed a black net of light, locking onto the flying divine pig's huge body. Its dark red eyes flickered continuously, as if it was communicating with the flying divine pig. The flying divine pig's body stopped trembling as its energy was no longer being absorbed. It nodded its huge pig head repeatedly with a pleading look in its eyes. The shadow puppet made its move. The demon-devouring saber flickered a few times, and the black saber light intertwined into a strange symbol on the flying divine pig's forehead. The flying divine pig's body trembled and floated into the air. Just like the dark demon rat, it was absorbed into the black gem on the demon-devouring saber's hilt. Seeing this scene, Nian Bing couldn't help but widen her eyes. No wonder they said that the demon-devouring saber was her only supra-divine weapon. Even if she attacked with her mental strength, she might not be able to defeat such a powerful flying divine pig. However, in front of the shadow puppet, it didn't seem to be able to resist at all. Not only was a large amount of its dark energy sucked away, but it was also directly subdued by the shadow puppet. In fact, it wasn't as easy as Nian Bing imagined for the shadow puppet to subdue the flying divine pig. This flying divine pig had already evolved into its Tier 8 form, which was also its final form. Its strength was so strong that it was even stronger than the green-eyed Viridian that Nian Bing had killed. The shadow puppet's energy was a few levels lower than the flying divine pig's. Although its ability was very special, it couldn't directly absorb the flying divine pig's energy. At that moment, when the flying divine pig launched its energy attack, it fell into the shadow puppet's trap. If the flying divine pig had kept its dark energy hidden, the shadow puppet wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. However, as soon as the flying divine pig released its energy, the shadow puppet immediately seized the opportunity. Using the various circumstances and the demon-devouring saber, the shadow puppet completely sucked the fat, flying divine pig into its saber and turned it into a summoned beast like the dark demon rat. The same thing happened again. When the shadow puppet finished subduing the flying divine pig, it immediately put the demon-devouring saber back into its body and returned to Nian Bing's side. Nian Bing's mental connection with the flying divine pig was reestablished, and she was able to control this puppet of hers again. Nian Bing wasn't in a hurry to recall the shadow puppet. Instead, she stared at this body of energy that looked exactly like her. A saber soul. Is it really just a saber soul? If that's the case, isn't its intelligence a little too terrifying? Even if I wanted to use that kind of battle tactic, I wouldn't be able to do anything like that. However, This shadow puppet was able to fully utilize its own abilities to create all kinds of situations for me. The shadow puppet didn't have any expression on its face. Nian Bing hesitated for a moment before recalling it. When the demon-devouring saber returned to her hand, she could clearly feel that the dark energy within this saber had become more condensed. That surging dark energy was actually converging around the gem on the saber's hilt. What a good saber! What a good saber! I wonder if the shadow puppet will still be able to unleash this much power when it's facing Amaterasu. After dealing with the flying divine pig, Nian Bing didn't expend any energy at all. She even got to watch an exciting battle. She wasn't in a hurry to ascend the Green Mountain. Instead, she carefully observed her surroundings. She knew that with the strength of the flying divine pig's energy, there shouldn't be any other dark, magical beasts living around here. At this moment, this was the safest place on the Green Mountain. Nian Bing drifted over to the cave left behind by the celestial boar. He couldn't help but feel astonished when he saw the huge crater in the ground. Wide cracks continued to spread in all directions, and the aura of darkness within these cracks was extremely strong. It was much stronger than all the places he had been to in the Green Mountain. As her body naturally absorbed more and more dark energy, Nian Bing's emerald scales revealed a faint layer of dark energy. The thirst for blood in her heart was even stronger. Fortunately, her spiritual power was strong enough to not be affected by the dark energy. Suppressing the thirst for blood in her heart, she let go of her body and mind and frantically absorbed the dark energy around her. Nian Bing was very confident in her spiritual power. Her Tian Yen acupoint had already formed a system of its own. The zombie's natural reaction couldn't affect her judgment at all. What she needed now was power, powerful power. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the circular pit, she released her spiritual power. Her body was in a half-cultivating and half-vigilant state. She didn't know how to cultivate zombies, but she knew that for dark creatures like zombies, the stronger the negative energy in their bodies, the stronger their abilities would be. Although it was only the strength of their bodies, it was enough. Therefore, what he needed to do was to boldly absorb the dark aura that spewed out from the cracks into his body with the help of his mental power and merge it with his body. As she cultivated, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a little envious of the shadow puppet. They were both absorbing dark energy, but it seemed to be easy for it to convert it into its own energy. However, she couldn't. Although they were both negative energy, her body had to go through continuous conversion. She had to completely convert the absorbed dark energy into her own energy before she could produce the conversion effect. This was much slower. This cultivation lasted for 3 days. When Ling Nian Bing stopped cultivating, she saw a strange scene. The many cracks that had appeared on the mountainside had already closed up. Even the depression created by the flying divine pig was slowly being pushed out. Her body was pushed out of the depression. Without the cracks, the density of the dark energy was naturally much lower. However, in these 3 days, Ling Nianbing still benefited a lot. The first thing she felt was the change in her strength. Her scale-covered body was filled with explosive physical strength. Now, she wanted to meet another flying divine pig and fight it with her own body. She wanted to see just how strong her body had become. Secondly, the changes also appeared on her scales. The emerald green scales had turned dark green, and the patterns had become more reasonable. However, the scales were thinner than before she started cultivating. The dark green scales even seemed a little transparent. She moved her body around. 3 days of cultivation didn't make her feel stiff at all. Although she was a zombie and didn't feel like a human, the feeling of being filled with strength greatly increased Ling Nianbing's confidence. She raised her head and looked at the back half of Green Mountain. Her body floated forward, and she lightly stepped on the cliff of Green Mountain with 1 foot. Her body flew diagonally, and in an instant she rose 500 feet. Her control of her strength was extremely subtle. As she spun, She turned into an arc and flew towards the top of Green Mountain. When she was close to the mountain, she took another step and her body rose up. After 2 leaps, she had already risen 300 feet. Her speed was 1/3 faster than before she started cultivating. Chapter 173. At first glance, she looked like an 18 or 19-year-old girl, but upon closer inspection, she looked like a 27 or 28-year-old young married woman. All the good points that could be found in a woman were all present in this beautiful woman with the rainbow singing technique. She didn't need to use any ability. Her body was a source of charm. When Nian Bing's eyes met her black eyes, Nian Bing's mind went blank for a moment. Then he heard a violent explosion. When he regained consciousness, he found that he was still standing in the same place, and the starlight in his Tianyan acupoint was spinning at an indiscernible speed. Layers of rainbow-colored light constantly sprayed out from his Tianyan acupoint, automatically condensing into a wall of light in front of Nian Bing. Nian Bing subconsciously closed his eyes, only using his Tianyan acupoint to observe everything in the outside world. Amaterasu's voice was a little surprised. "Human, you really surprised me. Since I came here, other than those 4 fellows, you are the first person to struggle out of my spiritual space. Even my demonic eyes can't make you lose your mind. I'm afraid that even those so-called gods can't do this. I don't know when an expert like you appeared on the continent of gods." The dark heavenly fragrances, words of praise, caused Nian Bing's heart to tremble. If he was still a human, his body would probably be drenched in cold sweat. In that instant, he had almost lost his mind under the attack of the so-called demonic eye. It was only the automatic defense of his spiritual force that had forcefully pulled him back from the brink of collapse. "Amaterasu, you don't need to ask where I came from. I didn't come here to be your enemy. I just want to take something from you. As long as I get what I want, I will leave immediately." When he said this, even Nian Bing felt that it was a little ridiculous, but his spiritual energy had just been severely stimulated, and his mind was not completely clear. Amaterasu laughed. "All right. I didn't object to you taking it. Didn't I? I told you to jump from the beginning, but you didn't dare to. Oh, right, I have a question for you. How did you know that I was hiding in the Death God waterfall? Logically speaking, with your strength, you shouldn't be able to discover my existence. My spiritual domain is fully released. No matter where you are around the Death God waterfall, you'll feel that the spiritual energy is coming from all directions." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Maybe it's because you're too confident in yourself." "That's right. I couldn't sense your spiritual energy at first, but when you strengthened your tone and repeated the word jump, I felt that something was wrong. However, there was a slight flaw in your spiritual power, which was discovered by my spiritual power. Coupled with some simple guesses, I was able to find your location." Amaterasu's beautiful face revealed a trace of anger, but even if she was angry, her appearance was still so moving. Unfortunately, Nian Bing deliberately used her heaven's eye acupoint to observe, so she could no longer see her moving appearance. He could only see the form of her energy that was surrounded by gray and black colors. Amaterasu's energy was extremely strange. Nian Bing couldn't even sense a trace of darkness or death aura from her body. She stood there like an ordinary person. The energy in her body also seemed very stable, as if she didn't have any ability. However, Nian Bing was very clear about Amaterasu's strength. He could even guess that what he saw with his heaven's eye acupoint was what the dark heavenly Xiang wanted him to see after using her spiritual power to disguise it. Her spiritual power would only be above his own. Other than the unfathomable strength of the god of life cow, Amaterasu was the strongest person Nian Bing had seen. So that's how it is. It seems that my spiritual power still hasn't reached the realm of perfect fusion. Human, do you think I'm beautiful? Her voice was clear and serene. But strangely, there was no spiritual attack in her voice this time. Nian Bing said indifferently, "You're very beautiful." It can be said that you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. However, you're not a human after all." Amaterasu smiled and said, "How can you be so sure that I'm not a human? Could it be that magical beasts can transform into humans after cultivating to a certain level, but humans can't transform into magical beasts after cultivating to a certain level? There doesn't seem to be such a logic." Nian Bing slowly took a step forward, closed her eyes, and faced Amaterasu in silence. "These are all your own matters. It has nothing to do with me. Didn't you just ask me to jump down? All right, then I'll jump first. You can move aside." Amaterasu was stunned and said, "You're really going to jump?" Nian Bing asked back, "Isn't this what you wanted?" Amaterasu nodded and said, "All right, you can jump." With a strange smile on her face, she floated up as if she was weightless, giving way to the path ahead. Nian Bing still had her eyes closed and walked forward step by step. She only stopped when she reached the edge of the cliff. The rumbling of the death god waterfall falling into the lake could be heard from below. Fortunately, Amaterasu didn't attack her. Otherwise, Nian Bing really didn't know if she could hold on. "Jump! Didn't you want to jump? Don't tell me you're scared now." Amaterasu's teasing voice sounded. Nian Bing smiled and said, of course I'm going to jump. However, before that, I want to ask you something." The dark heavenly fragrance was stunned, and then she said, "Go ahead and ask. However, I might not answer you." Nian Bing suddenly opened her eyes and looked straight at Amaterasu. Her tone became much deeper. "What's your relationship with the god of life, Cow?" Amaterasu was stunned as soon as she said this, and the light in his eyes became hazy. At this moment, Nian Bing's heavenly eye meridian lit up brightly. The rainbow-colored radiance condensed into a thin needle and pierced towards Amaterasu's forehead at lightning speed. Nian Bing jumped down herself, her body drawing an arc in the air as she charged towards the death god waterfall. Amaterasu's loss of composure only lasted for a moment. However, this entanglement was enough for Nian Bing to accomplish many things. The spiritual piercing caused Amaterasu to let out a miserable cry as a layer of 5-colored radiance gushed out of his body. Her body tumbled several times in the air before she could barely stabilize herself. Under the guidance of the spiritual force, Nian Bing, who was charging towards the waterfall, was in an even worse state. The gray aura of death around her body was released. She let out a miserable cry, and her body trembled violently as she continued to charge towards the death god waterfall. Nian Bing had calculated everything clearly before she took action. Of course, she couldn't figure out what Amaterasu wanted to do. However, she understood that she had to jump down no matter what. Only then would she be able to obtain the fruits that Cow wanted her to obtain. Those 3 fruits were probably the Tianxiang fruits that Amaterasu spoke of. Therefore, she used words to provoke Amaterasu first. When Amaterasu stepped aside, she quickly approached the top of the death god waterfall. Taking advantage of the moment when Amaterasu was distracted by her words, she launched her most powerful spiritual attack. While he was attacking, he had also calculated that he would be heavily injured. Zombies naturally wouldn't bleed when their bodies were injured. The greatest damage to zombies was the release of the aura of death, and the death god waterfall was completely composed of pure aura of death. When she released the aura of death, it was more likely that she would be able to charge into the waterfall without being injured. Nian Bing had even taken into account her injuries. In such a short period of time, she had already reached the limit of what she could do. Seeing that Nian Bing's body was about to charge into the waterfall, Amaterasu, who had just stabilized himself, revealed a trace of ruthlessness and mockery in his black eyes. Boom! The moment Nian Bing's body passed through the waterfall, she suddenly discovered that everything in front of her had changed. The waterfall was no longer a waterfall, but a dark green mountain. The aura of death in the surroundings instantly rose, completely eroding the aura of death on her body. At the same time, it also wrapped around her body. Under the pull of a huge force, she fell into the lake below. At this moment, Nian finally understood that the death god waterfall that she had been using her spiritual power to sense was actually an illusion. It was an illusion created by Amaterasu using her spiritual power. At this moment, a door seemed to have opened in front of Nian eyes. She suddenly discovered that spiritual power could actually be used like this. Unfortunately, reality didn't allow her to make any more connections and comprehend. The cruel reality brought her body towards the green, lake filled with a powerful aura of death. With a splash, Nian Bing's body splashed onto the surface of the lake. Almost without any pause, her body was completely swallowed by the lake water. Amaterasu floated at the place where Nian Bing had sunk, silently watching the ripples gradually disappear. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. She muttered to herself, "Why would he ask me about my relationship with Cao? Could it be that he knows some secret? It seems like this human doesn't belong to the gods' continent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong spiritual power. On this gods' continent, all the gods have already been misled. I'll just capture him and ask him." The colorful clothes on her body gradually turned into a long black dress. Even her hair turned black. The dark heavenly fragrance's appearance was still as beautiful as before. However, the aura of the dark heavenly fragrance had become much denser because her entire body had turned black. Her somewhat pale face became abnormally cold. She extended her hand and lightly waved it, pressing it towards the lake. Suddenly, Amaterasu's body shook. For the first time, she revealed an expression of shock, because, under the detection of her spiritual power, she actually didn't discover Nian Bing, who had fallen into the lake. No, this is impossible. Amaterasu's heart was greatly shocked. Subconsciously, she thought of something. Almost without any hesitation, she flew out and pounced towards the place where Nian Bing had crashed into the rock wall 5 zhang away. At that place, the rock wall had already changed. The slanted death waterfall had appeared once again. This was the real death waterfall. A figure leaped out from the lake like lightning. A moment before Amaterasu's speed couldn't be seen by the naked eye, it instantly passed through the waterfall. That figure belonged to Nian Bing. Amaterasu also passed through the waterfall. At this moment, in front of her stood a completely soaked Nian Bing. And Nian Bing just happened to be standing beside a small tree that was only 3 feet tall. His right hand was already holding a milky white fruit. The small tree was swaying, as if it could be destroyed by Nian Bing at any time. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be impulsive. Otherwise, this beautiful fruit would be finished. Nian Bing's voice revealed a hint of ridicule. Looking at Amaterasu, he was laughing. There were 2 other fruits on the tree. As the tree swayed, it was on the verge of falling. Amaterasu's gaze was a little sluggish. She was very clear about the extent of Nian Bing's strength. She really couldn't believe what was happening in front of her eyes was real. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How did you do it? Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "Mighty Amaterasu, I don't know which aspect you are asking about. Are you asking me how I was able to survive in the lake of death, or how I was able to smoothly find the real waterfall of death? Actually, you made a mistake. That is, you have too much confidence in your own ability. Indeed, my overall ability is much weaker than yours. But there is one point that you neglected. That is, the gap between my spiritual power and yours isn't too big. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured by my physical spiritual power attack. Of course, my injuries were more serious than yours. But after falling into the lake, I still had a chance." Amaterasu's gentle smile was no longer on her face. She coldly looked at Nian Bing and said, "I only want to know, with your strength, how did you struggle free from the lake of death? Although the lake of death won't really destroy the dead, with your impure zombie body, it's impossible for you to move in the lake of death. You will only be completely sealed by the death aura." Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "Is that so? Then you're underestimating me too much. I've said it before, in terms of overall strength, we're like heaven and earth. But I have some spiritual power that's not much weaker than yours. Furthermore, when I crashed into the rock wall, I already understood a lot of things from your ability. So you gave me pointers on how to use my spiritual power. That's right, just as you said, when I fell into the lake of death. I was trapped by the extremely dense death god's water. My zombie body couldn't contend against the death god's water at all. But at that time, it didn't affect the use of my spiritual power. Your spiritual power can create illusions. So why can't I learn from you and use my spiritual power to imitate the surrounding death aura and merge with the lake water? When the surrounding death aura sensed that I was one of them, how could it be a threat to me? That's why I was able to rush here. Perhaps you still don't know, but before I became a zombie, I was a magician, and mimicry magic was the main direction of my cultivation. Amaterasu's eyes flickered as he looked at Nianbing. Nianbing's beautiful face didn't have the slightest bit of cuteness in her eyes. Nianbing was very clear that when facing such a powerful enemy, as long as she wasn't careful, there was a possibility that she would be destroyed immediately. Amaterasu suddenly smiled. Good. It seems that I have indeed underestimated you. Your spiritual power is indeed very strong. But, as a human, do you think that you can threaten me like this? Nianbing lowered her head to look at the fruit in her hand. I never thought of threatening you. I just want to take these fruits with me. I think that these 3 fruits are also very important to you. If you forcefully attack me with my spiritual power, even if I can't resist you, I can still destroy these fruits in an instant. Don't force me to do something I don't want to do. You also don't want to see the result of mutual destruction. Looking at Nianbing's hateful appearance, Amaterasu suddenly smiled charmingly, saying, "Why do you have to snatch these fruits? Cow let you take them. It's nothing more than a promise to you. If she can do it, it's not that I can't do it. Perhaps I can help you? Compared to Cow, I'm much easier to talk to." Smiling faintly, Nianbing said, "You're the controller of darkness, and also the strongest person I've seen who can use the energy of darkness. Even a lich can't compare to you. However, you're after all only a person from the dark world. Can you turn me from a zombie back into a human and give me new life?" "I think so. That's not very possible." Amaterasu said, "Yes, I can help you restore life. But what's wrong with becoming a dark person? I can let you regain all the feelings of a human, and even regain the ability to use magic. Except for the lack of life, you're no different from other people. Isn't this better than you becoming a human again?" Nianbing stared blankly for a moment, looking at Amaterasu doubtfully. Although his spiritual power didn't relax at all, the hostility in his expression weakened a little. "You can let me regain the feelings of a human again. Should I believe you?" The gaze in the dark, heavenly fragrances, black eyes became even gentler. "Why not? I don't have that many requirements for you, as long as you're willing to let go of these lovely Tianxiang fruits of mine. I'll fulfill my promise." Nianbing released the fruit in his hand and raised his hand high, slowly walking 3 feet in front of Amaterasu. "So be it." His expression was very calm, so calm that he looked at Amaterasu's gentle eyes. This time it was Amaterasu's turn to be stunned. "You trust me that much? What if I go back on my word? Don't forget, I can make people in the dark world." Nianbing smiled. "If you wanted to kill me, I would have died long ago. Why do you say that?" Amaterasu asked curiously. Nianbing said indifferently, "It's very simple, because Amaterasu is equal to Cow. God of life, am I right?" Amaterasu's whole body shook, and the look in his black eyes suddenly became fierce. Without seeing how she moved, a circle of faint black light had already surrounded Nianbing's body, and the surging death aura was like a whirlpool revolving around Amaterasu and Nianbing's body. Nianbing could clearly feel that the death aura surrounding her was mixed with Amaterasu's spiritual power. "Are you angry out of humiliation?" Miss Cow, have you played enough? Nien Bing looked at Amaterasu with a smile, his eyes full of ridicule. Amaterasu's expression became cold. How did you find out? Nien Bing replied. Do you think that I've given you too many surprises? Actually, you were the one who revealed all the flaws. Oh! Amaterasu looked at Nien Bing in confusion and said, Is it because I didn't make a move against you? Nien Bing shook her head and said, That's only a small part of it. Before I set foot on the mountain, I had already heard of your great name, and at the same time I also knew of your strength. With your strength, how could I enter the Death God waterfall and obtain the 3 fruits in front of your protection? The mission that Cow gave me was obviously impossible to complete. Even those magical beasts that I encountered before coming here almost took my life. Of course, this only made me feel that there was some inexplicable connection between you and Cow, but I couldn't really judge. When I came to the top of the mountain, you started to reveal flaws when talking to me. Don't you realize that you have always been calling me a human and not a god? If no one told you, I don't think you would be able to judge that I'm not a god from the continent of gods. Amaterasu frowned slightly and said, Because of that, you think that Cow and I are the same person? Don't forget, what Cow possesses is life energy, while what I use is the exact opposite. It's death energy. Nien Bing smiled faintly and said, Life will come to an end one day. Although life and death are 2 extremes, they can be converted into each other under certain circumstances. Therefore, this can't be the reason for your explanation. Of course, you will think that my conditions are not sufficient and are a little far-fetched, right? That's indeed the case, but when I tested you and attacked you just now, when I mentioned Cow's name, your spiritual energy fluctuated very obviously. Don't tell me this isn't enough to prove your relationship with her? Amaterasu said coldly, Then you shouldn't have guessed that we are the same person. Maybe we are friends or sisters. Nien Bing shrugged and said, Then you said it was a guess. The so-called guess is a bold assumption and careful verification. Since I have to guess, why don't I guess a result that is less likely to surprise you? Amaterasu stared at him with wide eyes. So simple? Nien Bing smiled and said, So simple. Although there are some points of suspicion, I am only guessing. Amaterasu said, Your guess is indeed bold. You even bet your own life. Do you think it's worth it? Nien Bing smiled faintly, and a faint light appeared in his eyes. In any case, I don't have much of a chance. If I rashly plucked the fruits, I definitely wouldn't be able to get away from you. Those 3 fruits are my hope. I naturally wouldn't be willing to destroy them. Since that's the case, why don't I take a gamble? My luck has always been good. I bet that you won't kill me. Amaterasu smiled. Are all humans as smart as you? Unfortunately, smart humans always die early. You bet wrong. I already want to kill you now. As she said that, her slender palm had already quietly pressed against Nien Bing's chest. She didn't do anything, and her movements looked very gentle. However, that light palm had activated the deathly aura in the surroundings and trapped Nien Bing's body within it, rendering him unable to move. Nien Bing didn't struggle. His eyes shone brightly, and he looked straight into Amaterasu's black eyes, allowing her palm to press against his chest. The dark green scales suddenly rippled outwards under that white palm, and his skin trembled like the waves of the sea. Nien Bing's body tightened, and the feeling of suffocation clearly entered his brain. The scales on his chest trembled violently under that white little hand. The dark green scales gradually turned into an emerald green and gradually changed into a gray color. The dark heavenly fragrance seemed to be caressing the chest of its lover as it gently caressed Nien Bing's chest with every caress. Every time she touched Nien Bing, there would be a pain that came from his soul. His body trembled slightly, and the light in his eyes became even more intense. Are you really not afraid that I will kill you? At this time, Amaterasu was already close to Nien Bing's body. That small hand wandered around his chest, and the clothes on Nien Bing's upper body turned to ash and disappeared. The scales on his body also constantly changed under the movements of that small hand. Although Amaterasu said that she wanted to kill, her voice was very ambiguous. Her charming eyes lightly glanced at the light in Nian Bing's eyes. It was like acting coquettishly between lovers. Nian Bing reluctantly endured the pain in his body. "Of course you won't kill me. If I guessed correctly, I must be of great use to you. How can you bear to let me die? Since you won't kill me, then why are you still pretending?" Amaterasu sighed softly. "Your luck is really good. Yes, Cow and I do have an unusual relationship. But you guessed wrong. I am not the same person as her. If she is the god of life, then I am the god of death. And this waterfall of death is my home. Since you want to die so much, I might as well fulfill your wish. Cow indeed told me not to kill you. But do you know? Your arrogant appearance is very annoying. Therefore, I decided to ignore Cow's request and kill you like this. What do you think?" Her voice was very soft. It was a strange feeling to talk about other people's life and death in such a soft voice. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "Kill me. In any case, I am also a dead person." Amaterasu raised her head and looked at Nian Bing. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. Her slender little hand gently left Nian Bing's chest. When her hand was 3 inches away from Nian Bing's chest, she stopped. If this palm pressed down, not to mention a zombie, even a top-level dark magical beast would be completely destroyed. At this time, Nian Bing, who was prepared to die at any time, suddenly moved. A rainbow-colored light shot out, and the arrow-like spiritual entity suddenly pierced towards the black Tianxiang's forehead. Amaterasu snorted coldly. Her right hand didn't change at all and patted towards Nian Bing's chest. Her black eyes shot out 2 cold glints, suddenly meeting Nian Bing's spiritual attack head-on. However, something unexpected happened. Nian Bing's spiritual power released from her Tian Yen acupoint was withdrawn in an instant. It didn't come into contact with her own spiritual power, and Nian Bing's body suddenly retreated. The withdrawn spiritual power directly pierced Amaterasu's palm, and his body bent down, flipped upside down, and threw himself towards the fruit tree behind him. Even a grain of rice can release splendor. Amaterasu's palm lightly retracted. A dense black stream of air floated out, mixing with Nian Bing's physical spiritual power. Nian Bing let out a miserable cry. Her flying body slowed down in midair. Her whole body emitted a strong aura of death. Clearly, she had suffered heavy injuries. The dark, heavenly fragrance's body also paused for a moment, and the mental energy released from her eyes drifted back, just as she was about to use up all her energy, and before she could regenerate her energy, an invisible sharp object suddenly pierced her back. PFF- Amaterasu's body suddenly fell forward under the impact of the huge impact. She opened her mouth and spat out a black blood mist. Her eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, she actually lost control of her own body. Her body was in a state of charging forward, and directly collided with Nian Bing, who had fallen to the ground because her spiritual power was broken. The two of them collided and immediately turned into a rolling gourd. Nian Bing subconsciously hugged Amaterasu's body tightly. That was a warm and delicate body as if it had no bones. But in her arms, it was full of elasticity. The moment of beauty caused Nian Bing to be a little dazed. During the process of her body flipping, she did not attack Amaterasu again. Amaterasu's injuries were very serious this time. She spat out another mouthful of black liquid, and from her back, streams of black liquid continuously flowed out. The energy released by her body had obviously decreased by more than half. Nian Bing was still Nian Bing. With the strength of her spiritual power, it did not take long for her to regain her sense of self. Her body suddenly stood up from the rolling, still holding Amaterasu in her arms. Her spiritual power instantly exploded. Resisting the intense pain in her Tian Yen acupoint, she launched another spiritual attack at Amaterasu. It was not easy to find an opportunity. How could she give it up? Although Nian Bing felt that it was a pity when she launched this attack, after all, she was such a beautiful person. It was indeed a pity that she would explode and die like this. Do you want to die? Let go of me. A cold voice sounded. Nian Bing's spiritual power had just been released when his entire body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. He was shocked to find that the person in his arms was no longer Amaterasu, who was filled with the aura of death. Instead, it was the god of life, Kao, who was completely composed of the aura of life. Even his appearance had completely changed. Kao's face was ordinary, and her simple clothes were completely different from Amaterasu's. At this moment, Amaterasu had become another person. Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to let go, he immediately thought that something was wrong. Suppressing his discomfort with the aura of life, he hugged Kao tightly. In your dreams, you think I'll let go just because you said so? Amaterasu, I know that your spiritual power is good at transformation, but this time I won't be fooled. I want to see if you can transform into Kao's appearance to trick me when your mind is in a mess. Chapter 174. As he spoke, he hugged Kao tightly, lowered his head, and heavily kissed her fragrant lips. At this moment, Kao's eyes were filled with surprise. She actually forgot to resist and let Nian Bing kiss her lips. Suddenly, a burst of coolness came from his mind. Nian Bing suddenly discovered that he seemed to have arrived in another world. The pain in his Tian Yen acupoint disappeared, and now he could only feel the fullness in his arms. It was an indescribable feeling of fullness. This feeling stimulated his nerves. He was surprised to find that, at this moment, he seemed to have some human feelings. The warmth of the kiss was like the most pure spring water moistening his body. This kind of wonderful feeling was the first time Nian Bing experienced since he turned into a zombie. He didn't know why all this was happening, but the lips he kissed were constantly changing. Sometimes it was as cold as snow, and sometimes it was as hot as fire. In the constant change of ice and fire, completely different airflow was constantly transmitted into his body from these warm and soft lips. Everything seemed to be changing. Nian Bing also wanted to stop all this, but he discovered that a pair of jade-like arms had unknowingly wrapped around his neck. The wonderful feeling continued to rise in this kiss, and Nian Bing's consciousness finally lost at this moment. Nian Bing kissing Amaterasu, in a sense, had a mischievous feeling. Amaterasu was seriously injured, and this was his biggest opportunity, and he would never let go of this opportunity. The moment Nian Bing fell into the lake, an unusually large amount of death energy in the surroundings immediately surrounded his body, although he was an undead. This death energy couldn't destroy him, but in the face of the purest death energy, his impure zombie body first had a problem, and that was the change in his body. Under the effect of the pure death energy, the instincts possessed by zombies rose rapidly. The feeling of bloodlust rose to a whole new level, as if it wanted to completely devour Nian Bing's consciousness. Nian Bing said to Amaterasu that he relied on his spiritual power to simulate the form of death energy to escape from the lake. Although this was the truth, it wasn't completely true. Although he had comprehended a certain degree of spiritual power use from Amaterasu's ability, but his comprehension wasn't deep. In a hurry, how could he do it so perfectly? The simulation of spiritual power only allowed Nian Bing to recover some ability to move, and at the same time his body didn't feel so uncomfortable. What really saved him was the curse of eternal hell, the devil-devouring blade. That's right, it was the devil-devouring blade. When Nian Bing fell into the water, he had been holding the devil-devouring blade in his hand. Just as his body was suffering, the devil-devouring blade was madly absorbing the death energy in the lake of death like a fish in water. Nian Bing wasn't the purest undead, but the devil-devouring blade was the purest dark magic weapon. The pure darkness it possessed was completely the same as the energy in the lake of death. Before Nian Bing could react, the shadow puppet had already appeared on its own and took the devil-devouring blade from Nian Bing's hand. In a flash, the shadow puppet had already forced the lake of death around Nian Bing to retreat. According to the control of Nian Bing's spiritual power, he was thrown out of the lake and entered the waterfall ahead of Amaterasu. Although all of this happened very quickly, Nian Bing could clearly feel the excitement that the shadow puppet transmitted to him. This was the first time the shadow puppet had truly transmitted to him. At that moment, Nian Bing truly confirmed that the shadow puppet had very high intelligence. Through the connection between their spiritual power, the shadow puppet told Nian Bing to delay as much as possible so that it could absorb more death energy. Then it would launch a sneak attack from behind to create an opportunity for Nian Bing. Therefore, after Nian Bing entered the waterfall, he first threatened Amaterasu with the fruit. Although everything he said after that was reasonable, he didn't have any certainty in his heart. Even he himself didn't believe what he said, which made Amaterasu full of doubts. When Nian Bing sensed Amaterasu's murderous intent towards him, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Therefore, he took advantage of that short gap to attack Amaterasu while summoning the shadow puppet. In a short period of time, the shadow puppet had already absorbed a large amount of death energy. However, it belonged to the darkness element. Although death energy was a great supplement to it, it couldn't absorb so much at once. Therefore, when it received Nian Bing's summon, it immediately mixed all the death energy it had absorbed with the darkness energy and rotated it in a certain way. Coupled with the power of the demon-devouring blade, it launched a sneak attack on Amaterasu from behind. Originally, with Amaterasu's strength, he should have been able to discover the shadow puppet. However, her mind was a little confused by Nian Bing's words. Her perception of her surroundings weakened a little. In addition, Nian Bing's attack also brought her a lot of trouble. In addition, the shadow puppet's attack was very similar to her own energy. Unknowingly, the shadow puppet's attack landed a hit on her vital point. The world was constantly changing. The shadow puppet stared blankly at Nian Bing and the woman in his arms. The demon-devouring blade in his hand was already raised high, but he wasn't sure if he should bring it down. At this moment, everything in the shadow puppet's eyes was too strange. Nian Bing closed his eyes and kissed the woman in his arms as if he was intoxicated. However, the woman in his arms was constantly changing. One moment, it was the dignified god of life cow. The next moment, it was the endlessly charming Amaterasu. In the midst of the constant changes, the aura in the waterfall cave was also constantly changing. One moment, it was filled with the aura of life. The next moment, it was filled with the aura of death. Gnome's shadow puppet really didn't know what to do. Nian Bing didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that his kiss was really pleasurable. When he kissed Feng Nu, he had also put his heart and soul into it. However, it definitely didn't have the beauty of energy produced by the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. With the strength of his current spiritual energy, he would only lose his mind in this kind of beauty. Is it still not enough? A shy voice sounded from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Nian Bing's mind instantly became clear. He pushed the woman in his arms away forcefully and took a few steps back. He almost stepped on a small tree on the ground. The sound of panting came from the opposite side. Nian Bing looked over and saw that the person in front of him was Amaterasu. However, at this time her delicate face no longer had that layer of deathly pale color, and a faint blush added a bit of beauty in her shyness. Her black eyes were filled with a complicated light. He didn't know what she was thinking. "Human, do you know? You're the one who's going to die this time." Amaterasu didn't even look at the shadow puppet beside him. It was as if he didn't exist at all. Nian Bing swallowed his saliva and said indifferently, "If that's the case, then why don't you do it?" Amaterasu shook his head and said, "I won't kill you, but you've done something that makes others have no choice but to kill you." Nian Bing was stunned and said, "I don't understand what you mean. Could it be that because you used a spiritual energy illusion technique, you—" Amaterasu glared at Nian Bing in annoyance. "You're the one who's crazy. So annoying. You took advantage of me, and now you're making sarcastic remarks? I don't care. In any case, you've already taken my first kiss. From now on, you're my man." Nian Bing stared blankly at Amaterasu. These sudden changes made him a little confused. He didn't understand why Amaterasu suddenly changed so much. Looking at Nian Bing's dazed look, Amaterasu chuckled and said, "Although I hate you for taking my first kiss, I also like how you looked just now. Do you know? It's the first time I've seen her suffer such a huge blow that she actually gave up control of her body. It's really interesting." Nian Bing took a deep breath and looked at Amaterasu. He said in a low voice, "What do you mean? With your ability, you can kill me at any time. But if you still want to tease me, that's impossible." Amaterasu took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Nian Bing. He raised his hand and touched Nian Bing's face. At this moment, the shadow puppet that didn't receive Nian Bing's order suddenly moved. Its body rushed forward like an illusion. Its body actually merged with the devil-devouring blade. The devil-devouring blade's volume instantly increased by 3 times. Its body didn't emit a trace of light. However, the blade's body rushed toward Amaterasu's back like a bolt of black lightning. Amaterasu snorted coldly. "You're the one who hurt me just now. You actually used the energy here to hurt me. You're very bold." As she spoke, her graceful body fluttered in the air. She gently waved her right hand, and black starlight floated out. The starlight was connected by a gray thread, and it coiled around the enlarged demon-devouring blade. The dark heavenly fragrance stomped her left foot on the ground. "Scram! Seeing that you're his, I'll spare your life. Since you're willing to absorb it, then go ahead and absorb it." With a flash of black starlight, the devil-devouring blade and the shadow puppet were thrown out together. They fell directly into the lake of death outside. During the process of Amaterasu's actions, Nian Bing clearly felt that Amaterasu's spiritual power was tightly locked on his body. He couldn't resist at all. He clearly felt that this time, Amaterasu displayed her true strength. Although she was injured previously, the strength she displayed now made Nian Bing deeply feel that it was impossible to resist. It was too strong. The irresistible dark energy instantly boiled to the peak. It was as if Amaterasu had merged with everything around her. She had merged with the entire Green Mountain. "All right, I threw that little thing of yours into the lake of death to enjoy. Now we can have a good talk." Clapping her hands as if she had just done the simplest thing, Amaterasu looked at Nian Bing with a sweet smile. She raised her hand and gently stroked the scales on his face. She frowned slightly and said, "From your silhouette, you should be a handsome man. How did you become like this? What a pity. I'll definitely help you return to your original appearance." With the suppression lifted, Nian Bing could finally speak again. He looked at Amaterasu with some shock. "Your ability is so strong. Why did it seem like I was suppressing you?" "You were suppressing me? Was I? Why didn't I feel it? Oh, right. There are 2 things I want to tell you. Don't think that little thing of yours injured me just now. Although I vomited blood within the range of this death god waterfall, I won't die. Even if I'm injured, I'll immediately be healed by the surrounding energy. Unless someone can completely destroy this green mountain and expel all the dark energy here, there's no way to truly destroy me. Or perhaps it's better to say, truly injure me. Secondly, didn't you feel that what I said just now was very strange? That's nothing. I just want to tell you that when you kissed me just now, it wasn't an illusion. It was the real god of life, Cow. Your luck is really not bad. You got the first kiss of 2 beauties in one go. No wonder even you said that your luck was good." Nian Bing looked at Amaterasu in a daze and muttered, You're going to tell me that my previous guess was right, right? Amaterasu giggled and said, If you hadn't guessed right and said those strange words to me before, do you think I would be at a disadvantage in this conversation? Yes, you guessed right. I and the god of life, Cow, are one. I am her and she is me. In the realm of life, it's Cow, and in the realm of death, it's I, Amaterasu. You can call me Tian Xiang from now on. That's my name. Nian Bing felt a wave of dizziness. He didn't expect that his random guess would lead to such a result. Amaterasu didn't need to lie to him anymore. What she said was true. Then the one he kissed just now was actually her and Cow? You and Cow's appearance are completely different. How could you be the same person? Could it be that you've been changing all this time? Nian Bing really couldn't accept this fact. Although he had said that the death aura and the life aura could be interchanged to a certain extent, he still found it hard to accept when faced with such a situation. Amaterasu smiled and said, You can think of it however you want. Although it's not as simple as you said, Cow and I can indeed be interchanged. It's just that we're two people, not one. Our real title should be the god of emotions. Sometimes she's her, sometimes she's me, sometimes I'm her. Sometimes I'm me. Looking at the puzzled Nian Bing, Amaterasu continued, Do you want to hear our story? Since you're the first person we've had intimate contact with, I'll tell you. Although Nian Bing's heart was full of doubts, he gradually felt relieved. At least, he could no longer feel any hostility from Amaterasu. He smiled and said, All right, I also want to hear the secret between life and death. Oh, when I first saw you, you were clearly a bird. Moreover, I heard that you're the head of the 4 great magical beasts in the continent of gods. Amaterasu laughed and said, What for great magical beasts? I'm not a magical beast at all. You were right at the beginning. That's the appearance of a phoenix. It's just that, in order to distinguish myself from a phoenix, I can turn my head black. Magical beasts can transform into humans after cultivating to a certain extent. Why can't humans transform into magical beasts? Nian Bing looked at her in surprise and said, You're saying that you can transform into a phoenix to confuse people? Amaterasu smiled and said, Is there a need for that? Who needs me to confuse them? It's just that I like to transform into that appearance, and when I transform, I'm seen by others. All right, let's not talk about this for now. When you finish listening to our story, you'll naturally understand everything. As the god of emotions, Cow and I are 2 separate existences, but we also coexist. Do you understand? Nian Bing's heart moved and said, The same body, the same soul, each with different abilities, right? If it was someone else, they might not have thought of it, but he had experienced a similar situation before. Amaterasu nodded approvingly and said, That's right. Just as you said, we share a soul in this body. Originally, my current appearance was our true appearance, but Cow insisted on transforming into another appearance in order to distinguish himself from me. It's simply too ugly. Cow and I were born as co-living beings. If we're talking about age, I'm afraid there's no one older than us in this world. Tens of thousands of years have passed by in the blink of an eye. We've seen too much of the world. Nian Bing couldn't help but ask, Then who are you people? How can you live for so long? Even dragons might not be able to live for tens of thousands of years. Amaterasu said, That's right, even dragons are generally not more than 25,000 years old. But Cow and I have already lived in this world for nearly 50,000 years. We call ourselves the god of 7 days of emotions, every 7 days. We'll swap roles. Before 7 days, it's her, and after 7 days, it's me. Switching between life and death, we've become what we are now. Our souls each occupy half of this body. Neither of us can destroy the other, but neither of us is willing to submit to the other. Therefore, this is the only way to maintain a symbiotic state. Although we're symbiotic, when the other side controls the body, we can also feel what's happening in the outside world. Therefore, from the moment you stepped into the realm of life, I already knew about you. Even everything that happened to you on the road was seen by me and Cow. Even we didn't expect that you could actually get the help of those dwarves, and such sincere help at that. Along the way, you've already passed Cow's test. We won't easily save people. Only after you pass our test will we help you restore your vitality. Now you should understand why Cow asked you to come here to find me. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, Then did I pass your test? Amaterasu's pretty face blushed slightly and said, What do you think? You can use all kinds of methods to hurt me. This hasn't happened for tens of thousands of years. After such a long time, I felt the taste of being hurt again, so I lost my mind and gave Cow the opportunity to take control of the body in advance. Speaking to this point, she couldn't help but laugh. Unfortunately, man proposes, but God disposes. She probably never would have thought that you would actually do such a thing. Actually, in the end, she lost her mind even more than I did. After a few struggles, I still managed to snatch back her body. I'm afraid that within 10 days, she won't be able to fight against me anymore. You're really amazing. At first glance, I can see that you have a lot of experience in this area. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, Experience, maybe I have some. I wasn't originally so ugly. Is there a girl who only likes novelty? Amaterasu, I'm very curious about the origins of you 4 true gods. Since you and Cow have lived for 50,000 years, then the other true gods should be about the same. In that case, what's going on with you? Can you tell me? Amaterasu naturally held Nian Bing's hand. In terms of appearance, she was even half a level better than Feng, Nu, and Bingyan, especially her charming eyes and perfect coordination with her body. Every simple action brought about a strong temptation. When Nian Bing was held by her ice-cold little hand, his whole body immediately trembled. Fortunately, he was already a zombie, otherwise his heartbeat would have at least doubled. Amaterasu pulled Nian Bing to sit down and said, You don't have to worry about that saber of yours. The Lake of Death is only good for a pure undead like it. However, this saber soul of yours is very strange. It's not that I haven't seen super divine weapons before, but it's the first time I've seen such a spiritual saber soul. Moreover, through my spiritual power, it seems to have memories. You have to be careful, gods and gods of order. Although we are all humans, under the influence of technology, we have already surpassed human existence. The world was destroyed in the war of technology, and we also became one of the main culprits of the destruction of technology. When everything fell into peace and the world was almost completely covered by the sea, we all fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 30,000 years. 30,000 years? Nian Bing stared blankly at Amaterasu. Even if Nian Bing was smart, he couldn't understand everything she said. What was technology? What did it mean to be covered by the sea? Amaterasu smiled faintly and said, Don't say you can't understand. Even I don't have a deep understanding of it. When we, who are called the ultimate weapons of war of the gods, appeared, the world was already on the verge of collapse. What we know is directly transmitted to the brain. It's just that we have too much intelligence and a lot of autonomy. That's why we can survive when the world is about to collapse. After 30,000 years, when we woke up from our deep sleep, we found that the world had completely changed. Most of the original continents were swallowed by the sea, and only a very small part was left. These are the 3 continents you only know of: the Yangon continent, the Lost continent, and the Gods continent. Among them, the Yangon continent is the largest, the Lost continent is second, and the Gods continent is much smaller. Why did the Gods continent have such an environment and so many magical beasts? It's because of the various kinds of radiation left behind after the war that destroyed the human race 50,000 years ago. After 30,000 years of evolution, the creatures that didn't die at that time barely survived, but the Gods continent's environment couldn't be changed no matter what. The composition of the air had a huge change, and the magic era, as the future generations called it, had arrived. The lost continent was much less affected than the gods' continent. The influence of the radiation only increased the number of magical beasts, and a few more mutated races appeared, such as the dragons, the dwarves, and the elves. They were all creatures that evolved after being exposed to the radiation for many years. The Yangon continent was the least affected, and it almost maintained the original appearance of the human race. It was the human race that developed from the primitive society until today. It could be said that the Yangon continent was the last pure land of the human race. Cow and I would fight with those three guys almost every 1,000 years, but we all knew that the human society couldn't be baptized, so we chose to fight in the depths of the sea. After 10,000 years, the Lost Empire couldn't stand the slaves on the gods' continent and started a war, which was the War of the Gods. The war lasted for a very long time, and it was also very cruel, but it was a war between the human race, and we prehistoric people wouldn't participate in it. However, at the last moment, a big thing happened on the Lost Continent, and it was the root cause of their destruction. Although the so-called gods on the gods' continent were annoying, they were too cruel, so the other three guys had no choice but to work together to destroy the Lost Empire. Otherwise, this world would really cease to exist. Nian Bing listened to this epic description, and her brain was working quickly. Although she didn't completely understand, she was trying to accept the story that Amaterasu was telling. At this moment, he already had a rough outline in his mind. At the very least, he had a rough idea of what the dark heavenly fragrance was trying to convey. From the meaning of her words, the destruction of the Lost Empire had a special reason. Without waiting for Nian Bing to ask, Amaterasu took the initiative to say, originally, existences like us wouldn't participate in the war between the Lost Empire and the Gods' Continent. But when the war was about to end, the Lost Empire found something that could destroy the entire Gods' Continent. It was not the power of humans, but something left behind from prehistoric times. It was a neutron bomb with the most powerful energy. You don't need to know what it is, just know its power. The Lost Continent found some prehistoric civilizations, and they used some genetic principles to cultivate the lost warriors. At the same time, they also found out the power of the neutron bomb from the prehistoric materials they found. They thought that the explosion of the neutron bomb was enough to destroy the gods' continent, and at that time there would be no gods on the gods' continent who could threaten them. Although they didn't know how to use these bullets, they could use magic to detonate them. Therefore, they sent a group of people to secretly bring the neutron bombs to the continent of gods. These people were all strong, and they defeated the gods who stayed behind. Some of the high-level gods, the so-called main gods, were there to guide our existence. Therefore, at the last moment, the main gods were killed. They asked us for help. Originally, we didn't care at all, but when we saw the neutron bomb, we had to do something. The god of destruction, the god of time, and the god of order immediately took action. When the warriors of the Lost Empire were destroyed, they seemed to see that we were afraid of the neutron bomb, so they threatened that there was something similar in the Lost Empire. But they didn't know that it was because of this threat that completely enraged the three gods. The planet we were on was already very weak because of the prehistoric war, and the only places suitable for human survival were these three connected continents. If the neutron bomb exploded, even if it was only one, it was very likely that it would cause the entire planet to collapse. At that time, the human civilization would really fall, and no one would be able to survive. So, the three gods finally agreed to the gods' request and prepared to completely destroy the Lost Empire. At that time, Cow and I could see that they were just putting up a strong front before they died, and that there might not be such a thing on the Lost Continent. However, the god of destruction said that even if there was a possibility, it had to be avoided. They couldn't risk the destruction of the planet to forgive the humans. Under Cow and I's strong arguments, they finally agreed to send the Lost Continent, which had the most prehistoric civilization, away instead of destroying it. So, in the end, it wasn't just the three of them who sent the continent away. Cow and I also participated, but we just secretly provided power for them. With the combined power of the five of us, we completed a space-time transfer. Chapter 175. Nian Bing frowned and said, Even if that neutron bomb is scary, but how many lives have you destroyed? That's an entire continent. He also said that there aren't many places where humans can survive in this world. After sending away such a continent, how many places are there left? Don't tell me you don't want to think about this? Amaterasu said, "Don't say this to me. Don't forget, I represent evil and death. I don't think too much about these things. Moreover, the Lost Empire was only sent to a parallel space. There are also planets. Perhaps it will be difficult to survive, but it might not necessarily be destroyed. Otherwise, what's the point of leaving Miordas's bottle of sealing behind?" Nian Bing's eyes flashed and said, "So you're saying that the lost continent might really come back because of Miordas's bottle of sealing?" Amaterasu nodded and said, "The dragon god has already reported to us about the loss of Miordas's bottle of sealing. Actually, those 7 bottles don't mean anything. The lost continent left behind a will saying that whoever can open the seal on the 7 bottles will bring them back. They will serve that person as their master. Actually, it's just a joke. Do you think that a dignified empire will submit to a person? Moreover, opening those 7 bottles won't produce much energy. You can imagine how powerful are the 5 of us true gods combined. How much energy can those 7 bottles have? Actually, those 7 bottles to the lost continent is just a positioning function. The only thing that can really bring them back is them. When all the experts on the lost continent have enough strength, then they might really come back to this world. The opening of the 7 Miordas's bottle of sealing will guide them. If the lost continent really comes back, it won't be that dangerous. It's just another battle with the gods' continent. The earth gods on the godly mainland will not allow them to do anything." Nian Bing thought for a while and said, "What's enough strength? Don't tell me I need to have strength comparable to you?" The dark heavenly fragrance shook her head and said, "No. Back then, when we used the space-time transfer to send them away, due to the large amount of energy, we were unable to truly cut off the connection between the lost continent and this world. Once they found the direction, it would be much easier for them to return. As long as there were a few people who could cast Tier 13 spells and were willing to sacrifice themselves, it was very likely that the lost continent would be returned. That's because they can use the space-time orbit that we couldn't seal after we teleported, as well as the residual energy during the transition. As for whether he could really come back, I'm not sure either." Nian Bing nodded and said, "I understand. If the lost continent really returns, then will you still be their enemy?" Amaterasu said, "Not necessarily. Back then, after sending the lost continent away, the energy consumption of the 5 of us was extremely large. We slept for a total of 3,000 years before recovering our original strength. And in these years, Kao and I have cultivated a special ability that allows us to detect all the energy remnants left behind by prehistoric times, as long as the lost continent doesn't have anything that we fear. We can't be bothered to care so much. Although we true gods are so powerful that we are no longer under the control of the time when we were created, in our subconscious we have always wanted to destroy our enemies. Only the god of destruction, the god of time, and the god of order can be our enemies. Therefore, the battle between the 5 of us is something that we value. All this time, when Kao and I joined forces, we were barely able to fight to a draw with those 3 guys. However, they outnumbered us after all. Their continuous improvement in cultivation has gradually surpassed us. From the last few thousand years of fighting, we are gradually no longer their match. If one day the 3 of them can completely destroy us, then everything between us will be over. Perhaps they won't stay in the godly mainland anymore, and will instead go and explore a new world. You're Nian Bing, right? Are you willing to help us? If you're willing to help me and Kao, maybe we'll have a chance to turn defeat into victory." "Me?" Nian Bing looked at Amaterasu in shock. "I'm just an ordinary human. I haven't even reached the level of God, descending master. How can I help you? Don't tell me you want me to be cannon fodder?" Amaterasu chuckled. "Don't belittle yourself too much. Yes, your ability isn't high enough, but the speed of your improvement is too shocking. It hasn't been long since you came to the godly mainland, but your spiritual power has already reached a terrifying level. When you attacked me with all your strength, it actually caused a tremor in my spiritual power. Other than those few true gods, I've never encountered such a thing. Your spiritual power is very special. If you work hard to cultivate, your future will be limitless. No one can predict how strong you'll be. Cal and I have reached our current level, and it's very difficult for us to improve further. However, your Heaven's Eye acupoint has been completely opened, and you've reached the ultimate level. With our help, we can quickly cultivate you into an expert. Even if you can't compete with us, you can at least play a role in restraining us. Helping us will be very beneficial. Looking at Amaterasu's tempting appearance, Nian Bing couldn't help but be moved. How he wished he could have powerful strength. If he had the help of Amaterasu and the god of life, then when he returned to the Yangon continent, the ice goddess priests would no longer be a match for him. Rescuing his parents would become a very easy matter. Although he was moved, Nian Bing didn't show it on his face. He calmly asked, "If you and Cao defeated the three true gods, what would you do? Enslave the whole world?" Amaterasu squeezed Nian Bing's hand and chuckled. "You really know how to fantasize. With our ability, if we wanted to enslave the world, we would have done it long ago. However, what's the point of this to us? After living for tens of thousands of years, we've seen many things. Although Cao and I often have differences because of our different personalities, we have a very clear understanding of our future. If we complete the task in our subconscious, then what we want to do is to live the life of an ordinary person. Like an ordinary woman, marry a husband, and live like an ordinary person every day. This is the most beneficial for us. How about it? Help us. If you can help us defeat those three guys, then Cao and I will marry you and be your wife. How about it? We'll have powerful strength. You can also have us as your wives. This benefit is not bad. You know, our bodies have the best female genes. In this world, there can't be any more outstanding women than us." Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. Then he firmly shook his head and said, "I don't accept this benefit. I already have a woman I love. There's no room for anyone else in my heart." Amaterasu looked at Nian Bing in surprise. "You can't be? Could it be that the woman you like is more beautiful than me?" "No, that's impossible." There was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Nian Bing smiled and said, "They may not be as beautiful as you, but we really love each other. Perhaps the first thing you and Cao should feel is love. Love is not something that can be produced with just words. Love needs to be cultivated, and it needs the integration of hearts. Now, I'm afraid we can't even be considered friends. Although men will have sexual relations with women because of desire, with you being so beautiful, it's impossible to say that I have no desire for you. But I have no love for you. I love my women, so this benefit of yours is not very attractive to me." Amaterasu smiled. "I thought you were so faithful. It turns out that you also have several wives. Didn't you also say that love needs to be cultivated? I don't believe that you won't fall in love with me after being with me for a long time." Okay, don't talk nonsense. Are you willing to help us or not?" Nian Bing certainly understood that while gaining powerful strength, he would also put himself in danger. Going against three true gods, such an enemy was not something the ice goddess priestess could compare to. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'm willing to help you because I need powerful strength. At the same time, I also want to see what you and Cao look like when you are ordinary people." Amaterasu's body trembled slightly, and the aura of death fluctuated unstably, but soon returned to normal. He smiled and said, "You see, Cao has an opinion. You have to be careful. You kissed her. She's very old-fashioned. Even if you help us, I'm afraid she will make things difficult for you. After all, if you want to restore your vitality, You need both of us to work together." Recalling Cao's cold expression and disdainful look when he looked at himself, Nian Bing couldn't help but smile. "Even if she does something to me, I can only endure it. Who told me to snatch your first kiss?" The fusion of souls left a deep impression in Nian Bing's heart. He would never forget that wonderful feeling for the rest of his life. Amaterasu stood up, walked to the plant, and said, "Do you know what this Tianxiang fruit tree is used for?" Nian Bing followed behind her to the plant. At this time, he had the time to carefully observe the key item of the mission given to him by Cao. In this world filled with the aura of death, that plant was actually full of vitality. Its green branches and leaves were about 3 feet tall, and each leaf was bright and glistening. It held 5 white, jade-like sparkling fruits, exuding a gentle aura. Glancing at Amaterasu, whose height was not much similar to his own, Nian Bing said, "Could it be that you planted this tree to cultivate a helper who can help you deal with those 3 true gods?" Amaterasu smiled and said, "It seems that our choice was correct. You are a smart person, and it is really easy to talk to you. That's right, this Tianxiang fruit tree has been cultivated for tens of thousands of years and has undergone the baptism of life and death. It is prepared for you. What do you think these 3 fruits will do?" Nian Bing thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "I can't guess. However, I feel that these 3 fruits won't necessarily give me great strength. It is more likely that they will transform my body." Amaterasu glanced at Nian Bing, and that charming look of hers made Ling Nian Bing's soul tremble. After all, she was really too beautiful. "You can say that. You guessed right. This fruit tree has not only been cultivated in our respective domains, but also used our own strength to send it into the sky to absorb the chi of heaven, and into the depths of the sea to absorb the essence of the earth. Only then did we cultivate these 3 fruits. Eating them will not directly increase your strength, but it will give you the ability to exist with heaven and earth. In other words, if you eat them, you will become Xiantian Qi, and it will be the purest Xiantian Qi. Perhaps your understanding of Xiantian Qi is not deep enough. True Xiantian Qi can be transformed into any form of energy according to the will of the user, and what controls it is your spiritual power. So, when we found that you have enough spiritual power, we decided to let you be the one to help us. From now on, you will need to go through a transformation process. When you become a Xiantian spiritual body with our help, you can leave here and go back to your own world to cultivate. When we need you, we will naturally contact you." Nian Bing wanted to say something, but Amaterasu finally moved. Her aura had completely merged with the surroundings, as if the death waterfall had become a part of her body. All the death chi crazily rushed towards her, and that surging death chi filled the entire cave. Tianxiang moved. She looked at Nian Bing with a gentle gaze, as if a young girl was looking at her lover. However, in the next moment, her slender hand had already pressed against Nian Bing's chest. Nian Bing only felt that his body had completely stopped moving. Then an indescribably huge death chi crazily rushed into his body. Tianxiang's voice sounded in his heart, "Guard your mind. No matter what, you must keep your mind clear. Only then can your spiritual power completely merge with the Xiantian Qi. I'm going to start." With a wave of her left hand, a Tianxiang fruit floated away from its branches and leaves. It turned into a condensed white light in the air and drilled into Nian Bing's mouth. The cool aura had no taste. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread to every part of Nian Bing's body. His body, which could not withstand the huge death chi, suddenly became strong under the effect of this cool aura. He constantly absorbed and spat out this terrifying energy. Amaterasu stretched out her hand and knocked on the dark green scales on Nian Bing's body. She smiled and said, "Quite strong. However, they will disappear soon. You were so arrogant before. Now Just take it that I'm using my position to avenge a private grudge. You have to bear with it." As soon as the last word was said, Amaterasu suddenly moved. Her body turned into a black shadow and rotated slightly around Nianbing. Her 10 fingers moved nimbly, like 10 living snakes, bringing about a gentle rhythm, constantly moving in front of Nianbing. Every time she moved, her 10 fingers would gently tap on his body. The seemingly light touch gave Nianbing a completely different feeling. It was not pain, but a crisp sound, the sound of scales breaking. Nianbing's zombie body could not feel pain. However, every time Tianxiang tapped, a bone-penetrating force would seep into his body. Not only did it destroy the outer scales, but it also destroyed the muscles, meridians, and bones in his body. What kind of feeling was it to hear one's own bones breaking? Perhaps only people who had really heard it would know. Even if it was not painful, it was a huge mental pressure. Nianbing's body gradually softened. With the shattering of his bones and meridians, the only thing that supported him was the surging death aura. The cool airflow completely integrated into Nianbing's body. He closed his eyes and resisted the discomfort of his heartbeat. Everything was shrouded in the death aura. Tianxiang's body twisted strangely in the air and strangely integrated into Nianbing's body. His spiritual power shook violently, and countless airflows rushed crazily from all directions to Nianbing's brain. With a flash of light, Nianbing found that the scales on his body had completely disappeared. He was floating naked above the center of the lake of death. This lake of death seemed to be boiling. The lake water kept rolling over and over. Layers of the strongest death aura turned into cone-shaped gray light and kept pouring into Nianbing's body. Everything was constantly changing. Tianxiang floated about 10 feet away from Nianbing and looked at him. She occasionally moved slightly, directing the death aura to gather around Nianbing. Time passed by minute, except for the Tian Yen acupoint, which was protected by the spiritual power. Nianbing's body had been transformed from a zombie into a real dead spirit. Even the shadow puppet and the demon devouring blade had been integrated into his body under the control of Tianxiang. After the process of destruction and reconstruction, the strong impact of the death aura actually consumed more than 80% of Nianbing's spiritual power. But he, who was used to enduring the pain, still persisted. A slight tingling pain came from his body. Nianbing was surprised to find that the feeling that he had been pushing for many days had returned, although there was still no breath of life. But he already had the feeling of a human again. The gray meridians clearly appeared, and a surge of aura kept flowing into every part of his body, from the Lijiang acupoint in his chest. That was the familiar innate qi. However, the Xiantian qi seemed to have completely fused with the aura of death. There was no rejection between the two as they continued to flow through Nianbing's body. Meanwhile, the aura of death in the outside world had turned into Xiantian qi and continued to seep into Nianbing's body. The innate qi was not under Nianbing's control. Instead, it kept merging with his body. The demon devouring blade floated out of Nianbing's body and suspended in front of him with a black aura. Nianbing clearly saw a black energy ball gradually condensing in his chest. That familiar aura wasn't a dark magic. He was ecstatic. Not only did he have the feeling, but he also had magic again. How wonderful! Unfortunately, this was the waterfall of death, and below was the lake of death. He didn't have any other types of magical elements, so what he recovered was only dark magic. Okay, you can relax now. Next is the time to continue the transformation. Go to sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be better. Tianxiang's gentle voice sounded in Nianbing's mind. The innate qi that was wildly surging in his body suddenly became gentle. His spirit gradually relaxed, and tiredness swept over his brain. Nianbing only felt that his surroundings had become illusory. His body had already entered a moist world, and under the drowsiness, he gradually lost consciousness. The last thing he felt was that the magician had already sunk into the lake of death. Looking at the gradually sinking Nianbing in the lake, Amaterasu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. He said to himself, "This silly boy, his willpower isn't very strong. So, a kiss between people actually has such a wonderful feeling. I really want to let him kiss me like that again." Tianxiang's pretty face was slightly red, making her look a little livelier. The god of life, Kal, wasn't the only one who was stimulated by that kiss. She was as well. Moreover, the stimulation she received was no less than Cao's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have revealed all the secrets in her heart. Tianxiang, who had always longed to live an ordinary life, looked forward to it even more because of her contact with Nianbing. A large part of the reason why the gods were not allowed to set foot on the continent of Yangon was for the sake of their future, although the god of destruction, the god of time, and the god of order thought differently from them. They didn't want to offend the god of emotions too much before the outcome was decided. Therefore, the peace of the continent of Yangon was preserved all these years. Tianxiang lightly floated to the spot directly above Nianbing's sinking body. Her arms slowly opened to both sides of her body. The water level of the lake of death continued to rise, and the waterfall of death stopped flowing. The water of the lake of death gradually formed a huge water ball. Tianxiang's figure flashed and entered the center of the water ball. She hugged the unconscious Nianbing with a layer of black air, completely entangling the two people's bodies together, allowing the huge circles of death aura to constantly invade them. The gray light experienced a gradual transition from gray to black. Yangon continent, cold mountain range. For lights constantly changed shape in the air. It was impossible to see their movements with the naked eye. One could only see 2 red and 2 blue lights constantly flashing in the air and touching each other. The magic elements in the air fluctuated violently. The aura of ice and fire permeated the uninhabited cold mountain range. The 4 lights condensed in the air and didn't disperse. Every time they attacked or defended, they would bring about a strong light. Although the condensed magic power didn't destroy everything in the surroundings, it could be seen from the distortions in the air how powerful these energies were. The 4 lights, 2 red and 2 blue, were particularly eye-catching. From the strength and size of the lights, one of the red lights was obviously more rusty and much weaker than the other 3 lights. Especially in terms of control, it was obviously not as precise as the other 3 lights. Among the other 3 lights, one of the blue lights was slightly weaker, but its control was extremely exquisite. It could often avoid the elites of the other lights and attack from tricky positions, resulting in unexpected results. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. It's really unfair. The red lights converged. The weakest red light flew out of the battle circle and appeared at the side. She pouted and had a dissatisfied expression. It was the charming and impulsive Xuejing. Seeing that she stopped, the other 3 lights also dissipated. They revealed their original forms. The 2 strongest lights were naturally the sisters Feng, Nu, and Lanqin. The slightly weaker blue light was Long Ling Xuejing, looked at the 3 girls and said with grievance, "It's too unfair. You have the heaven's eye point, so controlling energy is as easy as taking something out of your pocket. I can't do it. It wasn't easy for that guy Garamandes to help me reach the level of swordsman, but I'm still so much weaker than you. It's not fun. I also want to open the heaven's eye point." Long Ling was supported by a ball of condensed snow under her feet and came in front of Xuejing. "Silence, don't throw a tantrum. Didn't Brother Garamandes say that the heaven's eye point is the most difficult to open among the human apertures? You must do it step by step. Be careful not to go crazy." Xuejing looked at Long Ling's concerned expression and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "All right, you think I'm really angry? Although I'm much weaker than you, I'm the one who has improved the fastest during this time. I'm really jealous of you. Nianbing, that guy actually used his life force to help you open your apertures. I really don't know what he's thinking." As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she felt that it was a little inappropriate. When she said the last sentence, her voice was obviously lowered. However, with the abilities of the dragon spirit, the Phoenix Maiden, and Lan Qin, how could they not hear it? Long Ling's face became gloomy. "If Nian Bing can stay by our side, I'd rather not have this heavens, I point. He has already left for half a year, but there's no news at all." Xue Jing said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ling, or it's all my fault." "Don't worry. How could Nian Bing be willing to leave you? He will definitely come back alive. He used up so much energy. Healing also needs time. Hurry up. I believe that it won't be long before you see him." Feng Nu walked to Long Ling's side and hugged her shoulder like a big sister. She smiled and said, "Silence is right. Nian Bing will definitely come back. All right, let's continue to cultivate. Ling, don't forget our goal." Long Ling raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. She nodded twice. "I won't forget. I will never forget. All right, let's continue." She chanted a few words in a low voice, and the blue light suddenly became stronger. A silver line lit up between her eyebrows, and under the effect of the blizzard, she flew into the sky again. Half a year passed, and the girls continued to cultivate under the guidance of the Dragon King, the most hard-working magician, Long Ling. Although she looked weak, she was very determined. She knew that her strength was much weaker than Feng Nu and Lan Qin, so she worked even harder. In just half a year, with the nourishment of the Angel's Tear, the opening of the Heaven's Eye Point, and her own efforts, she now had the strength of an archmagus. She even opened her own innate domain, and her strength had increased greatly. Although she still couldn't compare to the Feng Nu sisters, the gap between them had shortened a lot. Feng Nu's progress was the most stable. She was originally the strongest among the girls. Opening the Heaven's Eye Point was equivalent to opening a door to cultivation. In half a year, she had already cultivated the Phoenix 9 transformations to the early stage of the 5th transformation. Her speed was so fast that even she found it hard to believe. And although Lan Qin didn't cultivate martial arts, under the guidance of Feng Nu, she combined the Feng people's secret techniques with her own ice phoenix body. Adding a new path, she fused it with ice magic, causing her ice goddess domain to undergo earth-shaking changes. And the strength of her ice magic also greatly increased because of the transformation of her body in the land of angels. Among the 3 girls, she was the only one who had sex with Nian Bing. Nian Bing obtained Lan Chen's ice phoenix body and obtained great benefits in terms of magic cultivation. Unfortunately, she directly used the life curse magic and turned into a zombie before she had time to discover these benefits. But Lan Qin was different. She obtained Nian Bing's virginity, which was also a great benefit to her. These days, she cultivated diligently, and her overall strength was already on par with Feng Nu. If the 2 girls joined hands, any Dragon King would already be no match for them under the circumstances where the Dragon King didn't use the ultimate dragon language magic. Seeing the 3 girls continue to cultivate diligently, Xue Jing muttered to herself, "They are really crazy. Every day, apart from meditation, they don't give themselves any time to rest. It seems that I should give the title of crazy woman to them. Humph, Garamandes, that smelly guy, he didn't think of a way to help me open my acupoints. Let's go settle accounts with him." She didn't want to admit it, but since she hadn't seen that fire dragon after breakfast, she actually somewhat missed it. The combat in the air still continued until Long Ling consumed all of her magical power. Feng Nu and Long Ling sat together. While absorbing the Xiantian qi in the air, they discussed with each other the various aspects of experience they obtained in today's combat, as well as their own understanding. With the 3 women cultivating together, it was much easier for them to improve compared to cultivating alone. "Sister, when are we going to act? I feel that our current strength should be about there. If we can sneak into the Ice God Tower, it is very likely that we can rescue Uncle and Annie." After leaving the ice god tower, Lan Qin had already changed the way he addressed Nian Bing's parents because of Nian Bing. Feng Nu shook her head and said, "Qin Qin, we can't be anxious. It is necessary to ask for help, but we need to work harder to improve our strength. The ice goddess priestess has been a god, sent master for many years. According to Big Brother Garamandes, she has opened 3 more acupoints. Even if the 3 of us join hands, we can't possibly be her match. What's more, we still have to safely take Uncle and Auntie out of there. Therefore, we need to have greater assurance. Let's wait for another half a year. If we cultivate diligently for another half a year, our strength should continue to rise to another level. At that time, if Nian Bing still hasn't returned, we will act." Long Ling lowered her head and said with a choked voice, "Sister Feng, if Nian Bing really can't come back, then we—" Chapter 176. Feng Nu smiled faintly and said, "Ling, believe in Nian Bing. For us, for his parents, he will definitely come back. Even if he doesn't come back, will our hearts still change? If that day really comes, we'll help Nian Bing fulfill all his unfulfilled wishes. Then we will bring Uncle and Annie to find a place to live in seclusion and wait for him. We will wait for him forever." Among them, no one would try to persuade them not to wait any longer. They all understood that no matter who it was, they would never be able to give up this unforgettable relationship. Among the 3 girls, the one who had the least relationship with Nian Bing should be Long Ling. She had almost never really been together with Nian Bing. However, when Nian Bing released his spiritual energy, he didn't forget about her. He used the last of his energy to send her a long-distance transmission. That drop of angel's tear had made her deeply confirm the feelings that Nian Bing had for her. That was enough. At the peak of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cone-shaped hole that was upside down. It was like the shape of a volcano. Everything around it looked so quiet. Unlike the green of the mountain, in this cone-shaped hole that was hundreds of feet deep, everything around it was gray. Even the sky above the mountain was no exception. Silently, above the cone-shaped hole, a figure was floating. Circles of death ripples continuously spread out from that figure. The rhythm of those faint gray lights was steady and gentle. It seemed that the energy waves in the air were so harmonious. This was almost a miracle in the godly mainland. If there was someone who could use their spiritual energy to check the energy elements in the air, they would clearly see that after the death aura became invisible, it would return in a short while. Every dark element filled with death would absorb one element of ice, fire, earth, wind, space, and light, and then merge with that upright figure in the center. Not a single dark element returned empty-handed, with the Green Mountain as the center, because of the excessive loss of magic elements. Even if the outside world was baptized by magic storms, this place had always been peaceful. And all of this was because of that tall figure in the air. The release of the death ripples finally stopped. 2 hours later, a change finally appeared on the figure in the sky. A pair of black eyes slowly opened. It was a pair of eyes that couldn't be any more ordinary. There was only calmness in them. There was not a single trace of energy fluctuation. His pair of black eyes gradually deepened. She actually gave all of this to me. It seems that I have really been reborn. Although it's not complete, it's a good start. With a faint smile on her face, Nian Bing said to herself. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, his skin, which had become white again, had a faint layer of gray. After a flash of gray, everything returned to normal. Raising his hand, he gently stroked a light gray mark between his eyebrows. The smile on his face deepened. So the real domain is here. He raised his left hand, and a black light floated out of his body, floating in front of him in silence. The narrow and slender blade exuded a layer of dark red lines. The originally black gem on the hilt had turned dark red, and the bloodthirsty aura was full of dominance. A black lightning floated out of the hilt. The blade was still floating there. In front of Nian Bing, there was a Nianbing covered in black clothes. He looked at the naked Nianbing, nodded, and said, "You finally know." "I should know too." Nianbing smiled. His eyes were very friendly. "Yes, you should know too. However, I really didn't expect that the person I chose to inherit the demon devourer would be so powerful. No, it should be said that he became so powerful so quickly. Only someone like you, who has the real darkness, is worthy of this demon devourer blade, isn't it?" Nianbing smiled. "There's one thing you're wrong about. I'm not a person who has the real darkness. What I have is the true secret of death. Death and darkness are not the same concepts. Don't forget my identity. I'm just a magician, no, a magic chef. Can you tell me what happened? I want to know about you, Emperor Kurobutsu." Yes, Nianbing's shadow puppet was Emperor Kurobutsu. When Nianbing entered the real dark domain, she fully understood this point. Emperor Kurobutsu's expression was very calm. "Of course. Now, not only are you the owner of the Demon Devourer Blade, but you can also be said to be my master. Back then, among the 7 of us, I was the only exception because I wasn't a practitioner on the Yangon continent. This is the place where I once lived. It's because I came from this continent that I know the value of power. I understand that power is everything. The Yangon continent doesn't have as bad weather as the godly continent. So, if I want to become stronger, I have to constantly challenge the strong. Only in this way can I become stronger. Only in this way can I return to this continent with my chest held high." Ice looked at him with some surprise. "So, you should be one of the gods here." Emperor Kurobutsu nodded. "Yes, when I left here, I was already close to the demigod realm. But later on, I chose a different path, so I was expelled. The so-called gods are all sanctimonious guys. On the surface, they don't accept the dark domain. But what about the dark domain? Could it be that their despicable methods are stronger than mine, a person who cultivates darkness? In order to fight back, I exiled myself. When I came to the Yangon continent, I met those 6 people. You know, the 6 people. Among the 7 of us, I was the strongest. Although later on, the gods were afraid that I would tell others about the godly continent, so they launched a divine punishment. But could they really kill me? Even Safin could find a way to escape, let alone me. At that time, I wasn't just a dark domain divine master. Even the Dark Dragon King was defeated by me. My dark domain had reached the 13th level, and I had opened 3 apertures. One was the ultimate stage, and the other 2 were the middle stage. Even facing the most powerful divine punishment, I didn't die. Give up your physical body, using your soul as a blade, am I right?" Nianbing suddenly interrupted. Emperor Kurobutsu nodded. "Yes, that's right. The demon-devouring blade was originally a divine tool, but because of my soul it changed. It changed and surpassed the divine tool. The moment you used your own blood to awaken my soul, this devil-devouring blade had already undergone a fundamental change. Furthermore, after your innate darkness aura, although my body was in the form of energy, it also allowed me to regain my physical body. But for me, it was enough. Safin chose to abandon his physical body for the sake of his life, but I chose to abandon my physical body in order to become stronger. Even if I can only use the blade as my main body and energy as the carrier of my soul, I will still be the strongest blade." His domineering words were filled with a desire for strength, a choice that bordered on madness. But Nianbing, who had experienced this deeply, understood Emperor Kurobutsu's desire for victory. Looking at Emperor Kurobutsu, who looked the same as him but had a completely different temperament, and then looking at the demon-devouring blade with its dark red patterns flickering continuously, Nianbing said, "Okay, I understand. What you pursued was the peak of strength. Now, you and the demon-devouring blade have become one, and become a super-divine tool. From now on, we are friends and partners." "Partners? Although I helped you, you have to understand that I was also helping myself at the same time. Only by absorbing a large amount of dark domain and death domain could I separate my soul from my body. That was why I was able to separate my spiritual body from the blade. Not only did it revive my soul, but it also allowed me to gradually recover my strength. Moreover, I was already awake, but I didn't tell you. Don't tell me you don't have any doubts? Nianbing smiled. Should I have any doubts? That was in the past. In a certain sense, you and I have both been reborn. Let bygones be bygones. Xingji takes back what I said. We are brothers. Right now, I just want to know how much of your strength you have recovered. Emperor Kurobutsu smiled indifferently and said, What a good sentence. Let bygones be bygones. That's right. Perhaps I really should be reborn with you. My strength has already recovered to its previous state after being baptized by the death domain here. Although the Dark Dragon King has been constantly improving these years, I still have some confidence that I can fight him to a draw. When you need me, I will be your help. At the same time, I will also use you as a foundation to absorb the Dark Domain and Death Domain. Your matter here is already done. Before that woman left, she also helped me absorb the other 3 Dark Domain magical beasts that were originally guarding the Green Mountain into this demon devouring blade. She also told me to tell you to return to the starting point when you came. With a flash of black light, Emperor Kurobutsu floated into the blade. The demon-devouring blade flipped in the air and fell into Nianbing's hands. Nianbing stretched his body as he held onto the demon-devouring blade. A comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. There was still no sign of life. He had even turned from darkness to complete death. However, he could feel reality now. He felt like an ordinary person. His skin was no longer as stiff as before. Instead, it was full of elasticity. Other than the fact that his skin was slightly paler, he was no different from an ordinary person on the surface. More importantly, the current Nianbing had found what he needed the most, and that was magic. His figure flashed, and he floated to the edge of the Green Mountain. He took a deep look at the spring of the Death God waterfall where the water of death no longer flowed. A breeze blew, and Nianbing's body floated down into the distance. Nianbing was very clear about how long he had stayed here. That was half a year. In half a year on the surface he had 3 gains. The first was that he had found the feeling of being human again. The second was that he had regained his magic. And the third was that he had completely understood the meaning of death. But it was only these 3 gains. His strength did not improve as expected, and everything was still in the original realm. It was just that unknowingly, Nianbing felt that he had changed a little. Those were the changes that came from his body. Unfortunately, he could only feel part of the meaning of these changes. Perhaps he could only understand all the changes when he returned to the starting point. As he flew forward, Nianbing's heart pounded. He knew that if he returned to the starting point, he wouldn't be facing Dark Heaven's will. Instead, he would be facing the God of Life, who had lost control of her body because of his passionate kiss. Would she let him go and easily help him recover his life? It would be very difficult. Forget it. Since the Dark Domain and Cow had chosen him, then she would not really make things difficult for him. They still needed his help to defeat those 3 so-called true gods. He should go and see Halogen and those dwarven seniors first, and also take back his 6 divine blades. Thinking of this, Nianbing's flying body suddenly accelerated, and he flew in the direction he came from. Not long after he flew, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly changed. In the friction between the clouds, the sky suddenly lit up. Then, Nianbing suddenly felt an unprecedented, huge pressure coming from the sky. In the rumbling sound, although his Tianyan acupoint felt the change in the sky, how could a person's speed be faster than lightning? I can't be so unlucky, right? This was the only thought Nianbing had before he landed. Oh no, it should be said that he fell. A body emitting black smoke and carrying a burnt smell floated towards the ground. The moment it collided with the ground, a milky white light had already emerged from this body. reducing the impact of the landing. Boom! Silently lying on the ground, Nian Bing now finally understood why he had almost never seen anyone fly since he came to this God's continent. It turned out that there was only one result of flying here, and that was to be intimate with the heavenly lightning. Perhaps only people at the level of Cao and Tianxiang would not be affected by the heavenly lightning. How it felt to be struck by lightning, only by experiencing it could one understand. The feeling of numbness spread to every cell in the body, and the whole body was slightly trembling. The meridians and blood in the body also appeared to be stagnant for a moment. Nian Bing discovered that he was really resistant to beatings. Being struck by lightning like this did not seem to be a big deal, and the feeling of numbness gradually disappeared, other than his body turning black and his pitiful long hair turning into ashes. There was not much difference, not to mention any injuries. No wonder Halogen said that he was abnormal. He was indeed abnormal. Could it be that the green-eyed serpent scales that Tianxiang smashed on his body did not disappear, but instead merged into his skin? The meridians and blood were all reborn in the aura of death. Now that he was struck by lightning, Nian Bing felt a lot more comfortable, and even his blood flow became a lot smoother. He did not need to control his magic at all, and the ice element turned into water element, cooperating with the light element to nourish his body. The other magic elements completely shrank together. Looking at these two magic elements dispelling the charred surface of Nian Bing's body, as well as the effects of the lightning. Being struck by lightning was actually so comfortable. Then would he die if he was struck a few more times? The answer was unknown. Nian Bing decided to walk as soon as his body recovered. He would take the lead and not fly until he found a way to resist the heavenly lightning. He believed that on the godly continent, there must be a way to avoid the heavenly lightning. Otherwise, why would Long Xinfei be fine when he was flying? Just as Nian Bing was waiting for his body to recover, he suddenly felt two streams of air quickly approaching his direction. It was not heard with his ears, nor was it seen with his eyes. It was a feeling that came from his Tianyan acupoint. Nian Bing smiled faintly. His eyes glowed faintly as he carefully probed into the ground with his spiritual power. Then he expanded his spiritual power at a speed that was not any slower than lightning's. It was very easy for him to capture those two auras. Those were the auras of humans. Nian Bing understood that this was the first time he had encountered a god after coming to the godly mainland. Jieshang, the guy who was struck by lightning, should be nearby. Let's look carefully. Do you feel his aura? A somewhat sharp voice sounded. Another slightly lower voice said, No, I can only sense his position based on the changes of magic elements in the air. He should not be far away. Let's look carefully. We should be able to find him. Hopefully, that guy has some good stuff on him. It's been a long time since I've seen such a fool. After so many years, each of us gods is smarter than the last. We're getting more and more familiar with the environment of the continent. We brothers won't do things that we're not sure of. It's not easy to find targets these past few years. This time we're lucky. Even if that guy doesn't have anything good on him, we can still eat a big meal. It's been a long time since we ate meat. The number of green lizards seems to have decreased. Most of them have been taken by the powerful gods. With our identities as demigods, we can't even eat our fill. If it wasn't for the order that forbade us from leaving the godly continent, I would have gone to the Yangon continent long ago. With our strength, even if we were called gods, we shouldn't be too far away. As far as I know, demigods like us are even stronger than some magisters and swordsmen there. There shouldn't be any more powerful experts in the Yangon continent. Hey, Nadu, do you think you're the only one who wants to go there? As long as you're a god, there's no one who doesn't want to go there. I just don't know what the main gods are thinking. They're still restricting us. Besides, the barrier around the continent isn't something we can break. Otherwise, I would have slipped away long ago. Why would I wait until now? Jieshang's low voice was filled with anger. Nadu snorted and said, It's not like we don't have a chance. I heard that the legendary Miorda's bottle of sealing was left in the Yangon continent and was guarded by the 7 Dragon Kings. Now that the 7 god-tier Dragon Kings have lost the bottle, the situation doesn't seem good. The main gods are discussing how to send people to look for the bottle and how to recruit the experts in the Yangon continent so that they can return to the lost continent at any time. No one knows the situation in the lost continent. If the lost continent has been developing for tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Jieshang said, even if they want to send people to the Yangon continent, they'll have to send god-tier experts. It won't be our turn. Nadu laughed and said, if it's not our turn, can't we sneak over? If someone wants to go, then the seal will be opened. At that time, we can try to find an opportunity to sneak out. Once we get to the Yangon continent, we'll be able to live a life 100 times better than before. According to what I heard, there are many idiots in the Yangon continent who are working hard to cultivate and want to come to the godly continent. Ha ha ha. I wonder what they'll think when they get here. Hey, look who's fighting who? Don't look for them. Let's hide for a while. Jieshang's voice was full of surprise. Then, Nianbing clearly felt Nadu and Jieshang's auras become much weaker. They hid in a crack in a huge rock. While Jieshang was surprised, Nianbing felt 2 other auras. Compared to Nadu and Jieshang, these 2 auras were clearly much stronger. The 2 people's auras were constantly colliding, but they could clearly feel the huge waves of energy, but there was no sound. One of these 2 auras gave Nianbing a very familiar feeling. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if there was a tacit understanding in their hearts. Closing his eyes, Nianbing called out his spiritual power, which had seeped into the ground and instantly expanded its coverage. Immediately, his spiritual power was like his eyes, and he could clearly see everything that was happening in the direction of the energy waves. There were 2 auras, one white and one green. The white light was steady, and the green light was elegant. The 2 auras constantly collided from the ground to the air. Because he was using his spiritual power to investigate, Nianbing could clearly feel that the 2 auras were extremely dense when they collided with each other. Although the auras did not seem large, their explosive power was very strong. If compared to the cultivators in the Yangon continent, there was no one who could compare to them. Suddenly, he understood why he felt so familiar. That familiarity came from the white light, and he also recognized who the owner of the white light was. In the not-so-bright light, the 2 figures, one green and one white, were very clear. The white figure looked to be in his 40s and was over 2 meters tall. His shoulders were very wide, and the dense aura of light made him look holy. Although his appearance could not be said to be handsome, his face of righteousness was not fake. It was completely a feeling that came from the inside out. Ling Yanbing was very shocked. His strength was clearly below the green light, but every attack he made was filled with righteousness. He was actually able to fight the green light to a standstill. Nianbing suddenly realized that at their level, moves did not seem to be important. The 2 were competing in speed, energy usage, and energy intensity. Neither side was suppressed by the other in terms of momentum. The middle-aged man in white was fighting a young man in green. The young man's figure was similar to Nianbing's. His short green hair made him look very spirited, but the light in his eyes was very cold. His attack speed was clearly a lot faster than the white-clothed man's. Every time he attacked, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. The reason why his attacks did not make any sound was because, with the attack as the center, the surrounding area had been torn to pieces, and even the sound had been isolated. Both his hands were like swords, continuously revolving around the white-clothed man in green light. Every time he attacked, he would dodge and retreat. However, every attack felt very real, forcing the white-clothed man to defend within a 1-meter radius around him. The milky white energy blade in his hand was condensed from light essence, and he was barely able to resist the attacks of the green-clothed man. Occasionally, he would launch a powerful attack to force the green-clothed man to retreat. Only then would he have the opportunity to take a breather. From the strength of their do chi, it was very difficult to distinguish their strength. Although the green light was a lot stronger than the white light, wanting to break through the defense of the white light do chi was not an easy thing to do. The battle was getting closer and closer, slowly moving in the direction of Nianbing. Their battle had already entered a state of anxiety. Good. Your divine aura is indeed special. However, I don't believe that you can block my Aeolus thrust. Be careful. Take this. The green-clothed man's voice was unusually agitated, filled with ice-cold, killing intent. His body suddenly swayed in the air, and the light in his hands condensed into the shape of two long swords. The green light suddenly became more intense, and with a shake of his hands, hundreds of green rays floated out, abruptly heading towards the white-clothed man. The green rays advanced in the air, and everything around them was completely distorted, making it impossible to see the path of their attack. The white-clothed man was able to contend against the green-clothed man, and obviously had his own abilities. With a wave of the divine radiance blade in his hand, a milky white light screen appeared in front of him. Immediately, 3 more light screens appeared in succession, and before the green rays could reach them, the 4 milky white light screens quickly intersected, forming a shield of light. Chi, 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 chi sounds rang out continuously. Every sound caused the air to split apart, and the various magic elements in the air became violently agitated, especially the wind elements, which were abnormally violent. Due to the influence of the wind elements in the surroundings of the charging green light, circles of green vortices appeared around the green light, and the strength of the wind spikes suddenly increased by a large margin. Come at me. The milky white blade in the white-clothed man's hand suddenly disappeared, and both of his hands pushed forward without hesitation, blocking the 4 intersecting walls of light. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned golden, and a divine golden hexagram appeared behind him. The aura of the light element clearly became denser. All sounds disappeared when the 2 rays of light collided, and even the 2 people fighting stopped. However, in the next moment, their bodies flashed and the white-clothed man's light shield disappeared, while the Aeolus thrust launched by the green-clothed man also disappeared in the light shield. Green and white rays of light rose in the air, and the white-clothed man and the green-clothed man had their backs to each other, as if everything was already over. Through the perception of her spiritual force, Nianbing very quickly realized who had the upper hand in this battle. Although the white-clothed man was not weak, the green-clothed man's penetrating attack was really too tyrannical. Because of this, the white-clothed man's light shield was not completely blocked, and there were still several green rays of light attacking him. However, at that moment, everything happened too quickly, and Jieshang and Yi Qingtang, who were hiding at the side, did not notice at all. You've lost. Hand over that thing. The green-clothed man coldly said. Lost? There's no such word in my dictionary. In my mind, there's only life and death. If you want something, unless you kill me, don't even think about taking anything away from me. The white-clothed man's voice was very steady, and at the same time very resolute, as if nothing could affect his determination. The green-clothed man slowly turned around, coldly looking at the white-clothed man. His eyes were already filled with insidiousness, and his murderous intent became even stronger. Don't think that just because a few Main gods are good to you, you can be so arrogant in front of me. I can kill you all the same, without anyone knowing. Hand over that thing, and I'll spare your life. The white-clothed man also turned around. His face was very calm, as if he had not suffered any injuries. Then go ahead and do it. You should know my temper. What's the use of saying such nonsense?